don't think it's gonna drop right now. I think it's gonna go up.
Drop. Are you looking at the same chart? I mean, we just came back into the box.
Yeah, but
I think
I'm talking
We're still in
about
the weekend.
Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday.
Oh yeah. Well, after the weekend, I
um
think Dbloc
I
drew a chart last night where
I think
we
it would
break
be
out of the box. We go up first, right? Then we go for the gap, and then you got some really good levels beneath this. I think Dbloc will zoom out in a bit when he's online.
me personally, I think it would be really nice to go retest the previous all-time highs. Maybe even a
One
little lower, like
114.
110,
You want to go 110?
112.
I'm thinking 114 first. 114
One,
first.
I think 112 to 110, but theoretically, if it wants to be a bullish breakout in the price discovery, then it should stay above 110 is my threshold to say, like, okay, it's not in price discovery anymore. You know what I mean? Like, it's if we close a daily below like 110, then all right, that's for now failed price discovery, and we're not going to continue up just yet. But um, I think like as a base case for me, I like to think that it would be really nice to just retest the previous all-time high, which would be around 112. Maybe it doesn't get quite that low. Maybe it goes 113, 114, but um, I mean, there is a lot of vectors. There's also a lot of liquidations below. So if you look at the higher time frames, so it by all means could still come down lower than that. But I don't know if enough demand shows up at the previous all time high, then that's sort of my base case for what I'm expecting. And then until that happens, I can't really predict any further. So I have to see how it reacts there.
Yo, the pump sale has now sold out. It sold out in 12 minutes, bro.
Oh man, that's outrageous.
Yeah, bro, 600 mil in 12 minutes.
12 minutes. That's crazy. Oh, so I'm on the right chart.
We just got some sells coming in. What's up? Come on, don't give back all the progress you just made. Stay strong. Stay strong like bull, Bitcoin.
It needs to retest the bottom of the box. It just came back in, so this is probably just like retest candles.
I don't know. Hope you're right. I don't like those wicks on the 15-minute. But I thought they were supposed to buy halfway through the 15-minute, bro. They just dumped. Maybe it's the next one.
I'm watching it on the 5. It still looks okay.
We got 8 minutes to find out. 8.5 minutes, dude. And then it should be green, right? I kind of want to throw a little tiny anchored view up here. I sit in front of this computer way too much. I was so lucky that I caught the bottom of that.
Bro, I literally rolled out of bed. I like looked at the corner of my eye. I'm like, that looks like it's dropping. Let me get a closer look. I've been waiting all night for it.
I put in an order early this morning. I got stopped. I had a long open, but I got stopped out of the rest of it because I was like, yeah, it's going down there like to like 116.9. So I put an order there
Yeah,
to
GG's on
open
that.
long and close short, and it freaking hit.
The only reason I didn't put an order is because I kind of wanted to be present, just to like read the momentum. You know what I'm saying? I didn't want it to just like go down to like 115 and just pick up an order for me.
Yeah, it's like if it goes down 116.9, I'm like, it's gonna trigger to freaking all those notifications you get from your exchanges. Bitcoin's below 117,000. And sure as shit, that's exactly what it did. All it did was go down to 116.9. And then poof, all these notifications come out of nowhere. I'm like, yes. I'm like, it's coming together exactly how I envisioned it. I had a limit order and I friggin' went to sleep. I went back to sleep. Like I woke up earlier at like 8 o'clock, got stopped out of the rest of the long for profit, and then took put the orders down at 169, and I'm like freaking just went back to sleep. And I kept I had an alarm set on my phone for like every half hour. And so every time it went off, I just rolled over, looked at the screen. Like, is it at my order yet? Nope. And then go back to sleep. Woke up again, looked, it wasn't there yet. And then finally, freaking at like noontime, I got up and looked at it and it was right there. And I was like, yes.
Yeah, good play. Let's see how far up it goes though. That's the question.
Yeah, I mean, I'm genuinely hoping it stays within the weekend trap there. That was a pretty significant bounce off of that level, so as long as nothing crazy happens. I'm guessing that was the bottom for the day. I'm no fortune teller, but I'm hoping
The
that
crazy
that's what
part
it
is,
was.
I mean, that wasn't even like market maker bringing it back up.
No, that was mostly retail. They paid him on the red vectors, though.
Yeah.
Is the thing. But yeah, I don't know. Hopefully it holds momentum. We don't have 5 minute. We don't have bullish momentum on the 5 minute again yet, but we do have it on the 1 minute, and so hopefully it holds on the 1 minute long enough to push the bullish momentum on the 5 minute. So we need the 1 minute to hold above the 50 EMA at this point. Ideally, if it's gonna cross the momentum on the 5 minute. I think it'll be okay. I need to walk away for a minute, but I'll be back. No, we lost the 50 on the 1 minute, but it is
Yeah.
a vector candle. I hope that it
Okay.
pulls up this anchored view up though. It'll be good. That's around 117, 135. You got a decent amount of shorts inside the trap now though, so. Come on, don't break down, you bitch. Alright, I'll be back. Well, let's get some buys off this level. Put it in a higher low.
Yeah, we waiting, man.
Yeah,
waiting.
there's not much going on. I still have hopium though. Come on, we need some big buys. If we don't hold this level, I'm probably gonna have to move my stop loss up. I really don't want to be caught in a long if we end up going to sweep the rest of those long liquidations. There are shorts building up. Come on, just save the longs for the 3-day retracement, will ya? I do not want the false move to be down. Come on, let's go. And attaboy. What's the 15-minute candle look like? It's almost halfway through. Come on, we need those big buys. Yeah, let's go. Come on. Alright. Vector just popped. So market maker's helping out a little bit with that one. We're back above the 50 on the 1 minute. So we need that 1 minute momentum flip if we're gonna get the 5 minute to do a momentum flip. But that was a good start so far. Come on, buddy. You can do this. challenge right now is really to get above the 200 EMA on the 1 minute. And if we accomplish that, we should have the 1 minute momentum flip to the upside, and that will increase our chances of getting it on the 5 minute.
I like the sound of that.
So that's the goal. We need to get above 117.291. Let's just say 117.3.
Yeah, good call, bro. I entered along on Bitcoin. Previous 5 minute candle. That was good.
Oh, let's go.
Nice play.
Yeah, the W looks funky, but it's still W.
Yeah, it's higher low, technically speaking. As long as we just
Yeah,
need to
it
make
is,
a
it
higher
is.
high now to confirm that. But yeah, ideally we want to close a 1 minute above 117.3,
On the
which we
five
almost
minute,
just got there.
yeah, the 5 minute, the 50 EMA is blocking. So if we get above the 50 EMA, we're in good territory now.
Yeah,
There you go. Yeah, we're
I
printing now.
agree.
Let's go.
Ladies,
Go.
hooligans, top of the morning.
Hey, what up, Dbloc?
What's going on,
What
everybody?
up, D?
Getting up a little earlier each day, huh?
I was up. I had to get up for some deliveries.
Yo, Dbloc's nervous system is connected to the charts. He can feel if there's a disturbance in the force.
Right.
Exhausted.
So what do you think? That was just a little bit of a deviation below, and
Yeah.
we're still good for the top side? All right.
So
I
D, stuff like
concur.
that happens, right? We just like kind of like tear people out in the box and just come back in.
You'll have deviations out of the box that don't free the trap longs or trap shorts. And you'll also have matching deviations above for the most part. So, meaning if you're long from here, the top of the trap might not be the exit. You might get a little deviation up top, just a yin, a little yin to this yang, a little zig to this zag.
Oh, I would like that. It gives me bigger range.
Yeah.
Did you see the news on that pump coin? They sold out in like 12 minutes.
Yeah, like 600, 700 mil, something like that. GG's.
Yeah, I got it. Yes, last night, remember, I was calling it. I was like, I'm gonna speculate, put a little sum in it.
I'm just finishing up some coffee here. You're welcome, Jamie. Dominant's not really leaving too much room to play, huh? Unfortunately, even though Bitcoin's going sideways. Yeah, kind of a shit show across the alts, huh?
What's up,
Yeah, I'm about
YouTube
to shift the
chat?
malts.
We got 31 likes. Let's get them likes up.
Yeah, pump those likes, guys. Where else are you gonna get minute-to-minute obsessive TA on Bitcoin?
You for yourself.
I am.
Yeah, Samurai, we've got bullish setups, but until dominance drops, none of them are gonna have the energy to sort of play out. So I'm keeping an eye on Dom here pretty closely. See if we can get her to bleed. We're still up against. Let me go to the other ETH chart. So we're still struggling with reclaiming this uptrend, right, on larger time frames. Got above it, rejected, rejected, rejected. Still haven't closed. So lower time frames, we're looking to get back above and hold that if at all possible. If not, chances are we're going to come back down through these gaps. Yeah, it's still somewhat, we have somewhat of a bullish structure here still. But it's falling apart. Right? Failing to get full touches. So if price comes down, I'm going to show you what I mean. The flag structure is healthy. You'll get full touches, right? When it starts to sort of weaken out, you'll see failed attempts. Once you see failed attempts, if you see resistance at the halfway mark, if it starts to do this, chances are you're falling out, right? There's weakness within this flag. It's still bullish, but there's bearish structure forming within the flag that needs to be sort of fixed. We'll have some time to sort of watch it. We can come back up to this vector gap right here, then we'll be good, right? That'll sort of give us back some strength inside this pattern. But for that, you're going to need to get above your 50 daily open retest.
Come on, that's it. Just like that, Biddy, just like that.
Quiet. That sounds so nasty, bro.
Hey, you were getting pretty nasty with it last night.
Oh yeah, I was. I needed some sleep, man. I want to go to bed. I just want to make sure Bitcoin was going where it needed to go.
Yeah, you were tripping on whatever meds you were on, bro.
Thank you, Block.
Cold meds, yeah, dude. Cold meds is fun.
Super chat. Appreciate
Especially
you,
if you
bro.
like try to resist the feeling of going to sleep. You just try to resist it for 15 minutes. Yeah, it's fun.
W super chat.
Dbloc, can you explain how a coin like Pump, without buys and sells, can create a chart?
Liquidity gets brought in and out of the pool. Unlocks will also do it. Token dispersions will do it. Remember,
So for now, the
it's market
volatility
cap.
is
Remember, it's market cap divided by the amount of coins.
okay. Got it.
So anything that changes either the amount of coins or it changes market cap moves price.
Got it.
What up, party people? Good Saturday afternoon, actually.
Yeah, I'll check tether dominance for you. Give me a second. USDT dominance.
Yo, Kwai, we're over the 50 now.
Yeah, let's go. That's it, baby.
So we were looking
can
for
come
this
to bed
bear
walking
flag
without
on
having messed
USDT
up.
dominance. Give me a second, guys, while I'm doing TA. We had this bear flag going into our sort of red box where we were worried about alts. Remember, we were saying if we come up into the top side of this box, we're going to have issues with the alts. We finally fell out the other side of that, which is good. Very, very good. Very good, actually. I haven't retested. I do expect some sort of a retest of that break. But right now, we're underneath accumulation. Right, underneath our original accumulation zone. Looks good though. Looks very good. Now remember, these bottoms are tops for our market, right? All right, let's look at total. All right, so hold on. So it's total market cap, right? These are our highs, lows. Let me invert this real quick. All right. You see how every time we get to the bottom of this parabolic curve, we top out on crypto, right? These red bubbles. Every time we get to that bottom, it's the top of the market. Let me switch this real quick so you can see. Yeah, that's better. Actually, let me just grab Bitcoin. All right, and then let me change it to there we go. All right, so each top that we have corresponds with USDT dominance hitting the bottom, right? Because I have it inverted. Hitting the bottom of that parabola. Okay? Hits the bottom, we top out. Hits the bottom, longest retracement or consolidation, Bitcoin history. Hits the bottom, got a retracement down, right? And every time it hits the top, you're at the bottom, right? Every time it hits the top, it's time to start buying Bitcoin. That bottom was COVID. That bottom was our very bottom. So yeah, it's important that we're headed in that direction, right? Because that takes us to the top of our market. And what's also important is that we got plenty of way to go. It's all lined up, man. Everything's all lined up.
Hey, Dbloc.
Yeah.
Looks like part of that move you said's playing out. The one where it goes down, gets some of the stuff, the liquidation right above, or liquidity right above the trap shorts,
Mm-hmm.
and then headed back up. I was kind of freaked out there for a while, man, but I kept on hearing your voice in the back of my head, being
Yeah.
like, "Just got to get enough gas. Got to get enough gas to make it up." Hell yeah, man.
Yeah,
Good
you'll
job.
get those deviations for sure. And one of these, it'll go though. So like, I'm really looking at this, and I'm looking at the timing that's left, and I'm thinking if we make this move up slowly here, right? Come up, reject, come back down, hold the bottom as support, come back, finally break it, pop up, and then get to this supply somewhere like late tonight, maybe early tomorrow. If we go into these liquidations, this could be what triggers our false move up. Right? If it happens later. If it happens early, then I would expect just a deviation. But if it happens a little bit later in time, I think that could be the gas that finally pops us, frees the trap shorts, gives us our top for the week.
Yeah, I was looking at it this morning, about 6 o'clock, and it looked like it was going to make it up on its own. And I was just like, "Oh, damn!" And then, kapow! Just boom, waterfall, just cascade, cascade, cascade. But hell yeah, looks like it's turning over. So
Yeah.
hopefully it's a good Saturday, man.
We made a slightly higher high on the 1 minute there. We get the 1 minute momentum flip. Now we're working on the 5 minute.
That's a coincidence because I am also getting a slightly higher high.
Nice. Get a few minutes left to go, but I hope we get that 5 minute momentum flip.
Guys, you guys are like
That
micro
should've-
trading the range.
Yeah.
Just breathe, man. The algorithm's on your side. When all buys and stops, when all buys and sells stop, the algorithm is pushing in the direction of your trade. That's a good chill spot to be in. You see that the tape is dead, right? So you don't have to worry about too many aggressive sellers coming across the board. The tide is going to push you up towards CME. Once you get above there, if you get above the 50, then you're good money. You got vector gap right above. Could be chill trading.
Cheers to that.
Yeah, if I can actually master this, then I might do this, only this. Maybe I'll only trade on the weekend and just do these little scalps during the weekend trap.
I mean,
used
it's
to be
pretty
like, I'm
easy
never
to set
trading on the
a.
weekend.
It's pretty easy to set a bot too, right? You would know where your grids would be. You could just sort of grid it out and let it rock.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a great point, actually. Probably
Curious
try
to
that
know
next weekend.
what that last bull run overlay is looking like right now. Do you think we're over that COVID dip, the one that we're supposed to ignore?
On ETH BTC, no, I don't think so. I think we're still at the peak of where it should either turn down or keep going. Hold on, where is it? Yeah, we've already started to turn down. We set it up perfect, bottom to bottom. Where's the bottom? Bottom is right there. So yeah, we'd be in like this first little. Again, hard to follow it step by step, but it is. I mean, you can't deny that shit looks
That shit's crazy, bro.
nearly identical. Like,
And that's a day by day time frame.
yeah, I think I pulled it on the daily, I believe. But like I said, this is COVID, so I don't know. Maybe this wasn't COVID, and there should have been a recovery here, but there wasn't because of COVID. Right? But Have to see how it plays out. Right now, more importantly, we're up against that resistance. Triple top. You pulled it, Sean? I hope some of y'all go back when I do some of this stuff and like pull the fractals for yourselves. You know what I mean? Like set your charts up. Nice. I'll be right back, y'all. Give me a second. Nicole is called the tape. TAPE. tape, time, and sales.
Yo, Dbloc.
Yeah, what's going on?
Where are you expecting the alts to start moving now? Are we still expecting one more dip on the alts before we start seeing that like kind of crazy zone?
I mean, it
Or
depends
what do
on
you
what
think?
Bitcoin does. If Bitcoin starts to give back ground, dominance isn't really in a position where it's going to hold up. You know, what we really want is for ETH BTC to put in a new high. Okay, let me move this. If ETH BTC can get above this bullish trigger and put in this new high, even better, so to get above that 200 EMA on the daily, then dominance is going to take a big hit. At that point, while dominance takes a big hit, then we know that the alts will be a little safer, right? And if, all right, so let's say right now we're sitting at, if I can explain. So we're sitting at 64% dominance, right? We got up to 66% dominance at the top. You look at ETH BTC, you might as well call this, we might as well have a scale over here that says 66%, right? Right around here, we were about like 65%. Here we're at 64%. Right, so as we go scaling out and testing our EMAs and popping, dominance will get drained. Right? And if we can hold support and move, then we know we don't ever have to come back to these levels, basically. And then once the other coins sort of join in, once your Solanas and your XRPs and your big market cap coins join in, then this will accelerate. But this is what starts the fire. Right? We need dominance. We need ETH BTC to make a move. So I guess the real question is, how much can ETH BTC retrace here, right, before it pops out? I'd be looking at maybe a full vector recovery, retest that 50 and hold it. Right, we've already retested the 50 after getting above, but coming down to the 13 EMA to the top of that 50 cloud, clear these vectors and then make a push out. Haven't invalidated that stopping volume candle, right? We rejected from, when was this? Wednesday the 11th. Came back up, made a decent push, but we haven't taken that out yet. So step one would be taking that out, but she looks like she wants to retrace. So I'm saying that I think we come back to like the 13 here. 2,420 Satoshis. Now, if it does that while Bitcoin is stable or moving up, then you won't get a big hit on the alts. If it does that while Bitcoin is retracing, then the alts will get hit again. I have been less in taking profit mode and more in shoring up positions that aren't completely shored up. You know what I mean? You have to decide whether you're holding long term or whether you're still scalping here. You can do both. You just got to keep them separate in your mind. You know what I mean? Like, you might take some out of your scalp bag on some of these pumps up, but you might leave your long term bag alone.
Yeah.
Different for each person.
And what's your opinion, or like, what's your theory on it? What do you think is going to happen for BTC the dominance?
I think that we probably get one last push down. Nothing big, but the way I'm looking at it is we're sitting at 64. We're moving in an upward direction. Chances are from the last couple, like take a look at this small uptick here. Right. Follow my line on the cursor. See how it started right there, ended right there. See the big push on dominance we got just from that move to the top of the range? And like right now, just this move that we're getting here. So it's been 50-50, right? We've seen dominance go up when Bitcoin pumps, and we've seen it go up when it drops. But the one thing that I'm sort of focused on is, the one thing I'm focused on is that big, sort of push that we had when it popped up immediately. So I would have to assume 2 versus 1 if we're going off of probabilities that if we pump up through these liquidations, dominance is going with us. Which puts us in a situation where dominance is retracing as we're retracing. And that's not, that's bad for the alts. So there's 2 things we have to watch, right? We have to watch what happens to dominance when Bitcoin pumps. And then obviously we have to watch if we're going to get a false move up or a false move down.
Can you show that correlation chart you showed one time with the dominance and all that?
Yeah, hold on. I got them. You guys can either screenshot this or just pick it up in the Discord. It's in the technical analysis channel. But this is basically what I'm talking about here. Right, so if Bitcoin price goes up while dominance is going up, then the alts are going to take a hit. Right, so they're already taking a hit on the way up if dominance and Bitcoin go up at the same time. Then if Bitcoin comes down and dominance is still high because of that pump, right? Because we just pumped it up. If it happens to do what it did here and pump as we drop, then the alts are going to dump. But if Bitcoin price decreases from here and dominance decreases with us, then the alts can stay stable. That's why I'm saying we have to watch to see what dominance is doing when we make that run up. Right? Best case scenario is that, well, if you really, really want the best case scenario, Bitcoin goes up, dominance goes down, and the alts pump like crazy while Bitcoin is going up here. And then when Bitcoin comes down, dominance comes down with it, keeps going down, and the alt stays stable. That's like, your ultimate bull scenario. Your ultimate bear scenario would be that Bitcoin goes up and dominance goes with it, and the alts decrease. And when Bitcoin drops, dominance drops. When Bitcoin drops, dominance keeps increasing, and then the alts take a harder dump. Right? That's worst case scenario. This top row here. That make any sense? I hope.
No, yeah, 100%, 100%.
All right.
I'm just trying to see, because I'm still trying to add to some of my long-term bags. I'm just wondering, like, do I want to miss it? Do I not? I know, because I can also wait for dominance to drop back down to like 59, 58, but like, there's some really good prices.
That's a big drop. No, that's too much of a big drop. Listen, if you're denominating in USD, you're not denominating in Bitcoin, then it's not a question of do you buy now. It's a question of what do you do when it pumps. Right? Because USD value, has moved up. You can buy your coins in USD. Problem is if they're still bleeding out on Bitcoin, they're probably not going to hold those runs. which is cool. You just gotta approach it like a trader until you get to that point where there's actually some stability there and these things start holding ground.
And of course, by long term, I mean we're talking 2-3 months,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, yeah.
Which
Yeah,
is
4 months most.
you know, yeah.
I mean, guys, the targets that we're looking for Bitcoin, we're at 117 now, you know? Looking for maybe 2 more pushes, like one into 125, 130, and then the last one that takes us to the moon. Still well within our tariff pause week. Right? So we've got bullishness here. We've only made like half of this push up that we did on M2.
Yeah.
Looks good.
I mean, that's why I'm just like, I'm so worried is the wrong way to put it, but it's like, I feel like at any moment stuff could start going crazy, so I just don't want to miss. You
Yeah.
know what I mean?
Yeah,
You know
yeah,
what I'm
yeah,
trying to
for
say?
sure.
Like, even with my long-term bags, like obviously, just again, that's like 2, 3, 4 months, because the next 4 months I'm expecting to sell pretty much everything and put it into USDC. But yeah,
I'd rather be underwater than out of position right now. If I had to choose between both, right? If I had to go to sleep out of underwater or I had to go to sleep out of position, I'll go to sleep underwater. Now,
yeah,
we have the tools to not have to do either, but I'm just saying on the extremes, you know what I mean?
yeah, no, 100%. I totally get what you mean. And I am pretty positioned. Like if we were to blow up right now and we start going crazy, I'm happy. I'm like 75-80% in, right, for my long term bag. So I'm not
Yeah.
even we're not talking about a lot here, but I'm just saying like, you know. Yeah.
I haven't seen any official confirmation of that, Matt, at all. Yeah, tariffs got announced today for a lot of the countries, but I'm still giving it until the 1st because, you know. Gotta play this safe, guys. We've seen some crazy shit happen, so yeah, nobody cares about the tariffs when they're good, but we do have, you know, a little bit over 2 weeks for some bad news to come out, so just gotta be careful. Remember, we're trading the chart here. We're not trading the news, right? The news is there to give us an inclination on what sentiment is like. Are we risk on? Are we risk off? Right? Are people hesitant to press that buy or hesitant to press that sell? Or are they FOMOing? You know me, chart comes first. Nah, if we're looking at the overlay on M2 and we were to use it like as a predictive sort of nature, which you're not supposed to, but if I was to look at it, I would assume that all news is good from here on in. You know what I mean? Because there really is no major corrections. I mean, we're gonna have. Don't get me wrong. There will be another 25%, 30% correction between here and the top of the bull market. But that doesn't mean that it doesn't happen at 135, 140. You know what I mean? Our base correction for this move, for our move so far, has been about 22%. And so if we go back and look at old Bitcoin chart, let's just take a look at this real quick on the way up. Go to the weekly. So this was, by all intents, an amazing bull run, right? Obviously, we had money flowing and all that. Money printer was going absolutely crazy. Liquidity wasn't a problem, right? But even then, we had 20% correction, 22% correction, 30% correction, right? It's normal. on the way up to do that. I mean, even here, obviously, right? Even if you take COVID out of the situation, pretend COVID never happened, we had a 53% correction, which, by the way, we were recovering from when we got slapped, which is nasty work. But during this run, right, we've done similar things, right? These corrective phases that we've had, 23%, 23%. 35%, 33%, another 33%. You know, so there will be
Hey, Block.
additional correction.
Thoughts on
We're not just gonna steamroll through this thing, but that doesn't mean that they happen now. Yeah. Super chat. Yeah, I'll look at XLM for you, Anon. What's going on, brother? XLM was looking good, actually. It's still looking good today. Oh, we're at that measured move. All right, so our smaller fractal played out. We got to that 1618. Let me, now that that move is done, let's draw in our larger fractal here. This should be what takes us to our 3618. A little bit less than halfway through that move. Right? Be looking at about 55, 56 cents. Yeah, I saw that federal housing memo, but that was just like, that to me was so suspect, bro. To me, that seems like somebody who was trying to get in good graces with the administration. There's no confirmation there at all. But I did see that, and people were pushing that pretty hard on Twitter. Actually, to the point where I downloaded it. I believe I have that somewhere. Hold on. Yeah, right here. So this is the memo that he's talking about. U.S. Federal Housing News Release. Statement from Chairman of the Board of Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac, on reports that Jerome Powell is considering. So the question is, how do you feel about these reports that Jerome Powell is considering resigning? And his response was, I'm encouraged by reports that Jerome Powell is considering resigning. I think this would be the right direction for America and the economy will boom. That to me seems like they're just stroking Trump, right? These are people who are going to be here when the new guy comes in, and they're trying as hard as they can to sort of pick sides. This to me doesn't give me official confirmation. It's just somebody's opinion on what they heard about the rumor, right? Somebody's opinion on the rumor. QNT, you said? Anon? Instead of Dego, or? Quant looks good, man. Quant's almost back up to its neckline for its fractal. Did a decent job of putting in that right side. Now we just need to test this SR flip at like 123. Probably going to come back down here into these EMAs, but you've got your 800 and your 50 and your 13 and your 200 there, so I don't think you put in new lows. I think long term this is well on its way to break out. And what's wrong with this measured move? This measured move is not the right measured move at all. The hell? What the hell? What the hell?
What the hell, y'all?
263 is what I'm looking for QNT. But you have to break. You've got to break your 122. And then your biggest drawdown potential is probably to about 94, although 102 is way more likely. 94 is if shit goes wrong, right? Bitcoin's taking massive retracement.
You know what I'm thinking about is what stablecoin do I put my profits into after this bull run goes? Because last time USDT was doing weird things. I don't know. Like, is USDC the
USDC
same?
is what's taking the majority of mine right now. I'm usually pretty 50-50, but
Yeah.
Circle is putting themselves in the too big to fail category very quickly. I'll be right back. Hold
So
on.
you're betting on USDC to stay stable during the big dumps and stuff.
Yeah. I don't have any good. I mean, let's be fair. I don't really think Tether is gonna depeg or anything either during the dumps. But for me, if I have to put my risk somewhere, right now it's safer in USDC. For me, in my opinion. I'll be right back. Hold on.
Up hemp, you have an open mic.
Sorry.
We say breaking news: Epstein list has been leaked. A hacker called himself Island Boy just dropped the full Epstein associate list. Names, ties, and all testimonials. Uh-oh.
You know, they hear about all this stuff before we do. You have to wonder if that played a part in Elon's American Party.
Elon's got his eyes and ears out there.
I'm pretty sure they can hack into anything. So he literally probably does have eyes and ears everywhere.
Probably Elon that leaked it.
Well, there you go. Didn't even know that.
Somebody said watch Satoshi be on there. I see what you're saying. I wouldn't say the world is too dumb. It feels the world's too uneducated.
It's preoccupied. Like they put all this stuff in bread and circus in front of everybody, and everybody goes for it. It's just the way it is. It's the way it's always been. Always
Most
has been.
people are almost illiterate at this point. Sure, you know how to read and write, and you know how to like write a number, but most people forgot how to like write a paper and or like solve just a simple multiplication problem. So I wouldn't call everybody dumb. The world is too dumb, as she said. I'd almost consider it the world is uneducated almost at this point. A lot of really smart people can be pretty dumb. Pretty smart people could be pretty dumb too. So it's a weird balance.
and dumb smart people can be pretty.
You got it. A nice way to say it is uneducated.
But it's definitely, I think, stems off of willful ignorance. Just like, okay, well, I'm just gonna.
Yep, willful ignorance based on feelings. I think you're getting closer to it.
Yeah. That would probably be it. Like, it's your fear of facing stuff or whatever. There's a word for it specifically. Confronting. A lot of people don't like confrontation. They're afraid of it and afraid of the either repercussions or the outcomes.
A lot of times they don't even have an explanation once it's presented, which makes them feel truly the way it's being presented to them. It's like going to defensive type mode. It's crazy. Throw up arms, throw up fists.
Yes.
But I just realized what they said wasn't even close to correct or something,
The way I figure it is, if somebody says something and it's not true, I don't know why you'd get offended by it. Yeah.
Most of the time, you just laugh these days.
Yes. See, that's what I yearn for, the carefree humor and whatnot of the 90s. Even then, there were a lot of intelligent people, a lot of dumb people, but a lot of dumb people, a lot of intelligent people on both sides.
'20s have been weird.
Yeah, when I was thinking about this the other day, say, the whole list did come out and the videotapes came out. I'm pretty sure there's some pretty powerful people on there with lots of money. It would completely destroy the economy. Completely. So I think they were just transferring wealth and assets to, the new rulers, if you want to call it that. It's like they do this from time to time. I've seen it with, I guess they're French or something like that, and new colonies coming in. There's an old drawing in a French book, and everything's all in French. The New Inheritors, that's what they call it. Look up the New Inheritors French drawing, and it has a whole bunch of Masonic symbolism and
Look at the island,
like skeletons in it.
Look at the island boys. Look at those two brother kids as a perfect example.
Well, to be fair, they should be counted as one person since they basically share the same genetics, so they're both equally stupid.
They split that one at birth.
They split a brain. That's pretty funny.
But it's types of things like that in today's society that, imagine that 20, 30 years ago back in the 90s, that type of stuff. Oh, there was that type of thing, but it was in a whole different level of respect and music and other ways people were putting themselves out there. Just today, it was just videos, YouTube and TikTok video, just like, oh man, I think
Yeah, everything reminds me of like the early 90s, but amped up, like really amped up. Like, how the like the Rodney or the LA riots were like that just seems like, yeah, something that would happen maybe every 6 months on our end now, I don't know, man. It's weird. It's almost like the transition from the 90s to 2000s. Even with the new stuff they're going to be implementing with technological security and like the whole Palantir thing and quantum computing, I think they're just going to be tracking everything through technology now. See where you are through walls, like with the Wi-Fi, so cops can probably hack into it. If you're to see what you're doing, really high tech stuff. It's gonna be a new era, technocracy, if you will.
But we, as a civilization, we have to do something that's functional with it, not just point out people's flaws. We got to bend around all that and do something that prevents people from even having to have flaws. You know what I'm trying to say?
Well, I think that, and base stuff that I do believe that they're doing it, but I think they're also wanting to profit out of it, so they can't let anybody know anything about it. Like probably
Well, a lot of people
confidentiality.
rely on flaws that we have today in society across the board.
Absolutely,
If
insecurities, inadequacies, everything.
and discipline.
And right now it seems like a split too. You have people who are completely undisciplined and people are completely disciplined. It's almost like there's no, 50-50 anymore. Like I
But
know
back in
so
the
many
90s,
people that just sober.
everybody knew they were breaking the rules by doing that type of stuff, but there was a reason behind it. It's not just a once a week type thing.
Absolutely.
Now that's breaking the rule. Now everybody is just capable of bending the rules above and beyond expectation, but now what they just expect on a daily time frame. So it's, do we change the rules or do we start enforcing them? Which one?
Well, what you do is you lay off of the rules, so you let everybody get rowdy. It's like when
That's what
a
we've done.
teacher leaves the classroom.
What happened in the 2020s is what I'm trying to mumble here. This place is falling apart. It's a disaster. It's cool to wear sweatpants.
2020s are the
Oh,
worst. Like the
sweatpants are
2000s were all.
cool. Cool to wear sweatpants and go rob the Walgreens. That's cool these days.
You create a problem
Well,
to bring in a solution.
Now we need to
Exactly.
create a solution for the problem.
Or
Or a
that's
different
how the
problem
machine
for this.
functions. It's a push and pull. It's basically its own dynamo. Once you get it started, you'll keep on doing it. You raise up one side. It's basically longs and shorts, but with society.
But it's a run on a pulley, not a chain. The problem is there you can either have a lube, too much lube on that pulley, so it's just slipping, or there's just no lube on at all and it overheats that pulley. So I'm telling you, I just feel like the
pause.
It's rough. It's a tough one. Do we need to lube the chain, or we just need a new chain on there with good lube?
Yeah, I think that's what they're gonna do. I think everything's moving to a technocracy. Everything has to be like people have found out how to spook credit cards easy as hell. Everyone will do that. Like it's okay. We're gonna do a bunch of credit cards today. We're gonna scam that way. We're gonna do this. We're gonna do that. Like it's done. Like the whole blockchain thing. That's gonna be able to track everything. Like everyone will be accountable. There's going to be like mass surveillance, and that's how it's going to happen. Like they let
what China
everybody
did.
run wild for a while.
China did it for the past decade, but let everybody run wild, but also was filming and recording and taking note of it. People have like social credit scores now, but it's also people that did well and crossed the street when they were supposed to and didn't rob anything. They're doing just fine.
Yeah, and that's the way it's going to be. I follow the rules. I do everything by the book and all that jazz. So, when I'm, in public and whatnot. But, I think they're going to have it to where it's like, was it Demolition Man?
Yep.
Yeah, Demolition Man. Like Alexas and all that, they'll be tracking your voice and you'll probably get your credit score deducted or something like that if you, speak bad of the flavor of the year or the term. Or
they're
whatever.
like not even allowed in
sure
stores. As soon as you enter their parking lot, they're like, "Yo, red flag, can't even be on this property."
Yeah, you have to go to the other property with them. They're going to separate everybody by class, and I guess I don't even know if it would be nationalism or socialism.
People don't realize that they are the ones in power of controlling and putting themselves in the position that is going to be classified, right? Everybody has the ability.
Yeah, there's a political debate channel underneath if you guys want to go crazy. Just saying. I'm not trying to stop the conversation. Just saying, there's a better place for it.
Yeah, totally. I was just gonna say it would destroy the economy. That's where I ended my thing on it. But yeah, I understand.
Dbloc, you know what I'm mumbling. I just saying there's a better place for it.
Well, there's a lot of techniques of control, and you just gotta kind of know what they are.
GG's anybody who played that breakout though. I gotta say, I think this was the most calculated play I've ever did. I'm already out 75%.
Let's go. Happy to hear that worked out for you, man. So you're holding the runner until when? You have a target for the runner, or?
Well, I'm trading an alt, so it's
Okay.
playing out
All
it's
right.
playing out a lot different than Bitcoin right now.
Gotcha. Makes sense.
What altcoin you play with?
Mog.
That's not an altcoin. That's a shit coin.
Yeah, well, that's my shitcoin.
I don't even know what Mog, like, is it a meme coin or like I mean, what's that thing's mascot? Does it have one, or is it really realistically just a shit coin? Like there's no meme behind it or anything.
Just a good community. That's what I've seen. It was my pick me from like day one.
So there's no meme that it's based off of.
Just a community.
Okay. So this weird Epstein business, I heard Joe mention something that's having no effect on Bitcoin though, probably, right? Even if it's true, like, which I doubt it is.
Bitcoin doesn't care about none of that.
Yeah, figured. The only thing I could imagine is like if it was true hypothetically, then somebody who has a lot of Bitcoin, if their name's on that list, they might do something about it. I seriously doubt it.
You mean the list
Seriously
that
doubt it's
disappeared and then reappeared?
Yeah, I mean, people are just chasing clout now with that thing. That's going to become a meme. We need to make a meme coin based off of that list.
I'll save you some time. All of these dudes are a bunch of filthy McNasties.
Yeah.
And it goes to the very top.
I mean, unless they're all going to jail, I probably would rather not know anyway.
Yeah, I know, right, DJ? Yeah. Everybody on the list, Bitcoin gets seized, automatically dumped into the strategic reserve. Thank you for your donation.
That'd be fire.
Back to CME. Oh, my bad. I just tried to change the YouTube chat to the 5-minute chart. Take it easy, H. All right. Pretty classic setup on the 5-minute chart. I'm sure a bunch of y'all got to be in this long right here, right? Just a short swing back to the top of the range.
Yes, sir.
Really
Right at
clean.
that retracement of the after the W, the little retracement I caught for the confirmation.
Very classic stuff. Popping volume candle right on time. Takes us into that vector recovery. Nice lazy trade.
What's going on, D-Lock?
What's going on, bro?
Or D-Block. Sorry, man. Yeah, doing all right, man. So it failed to take that low. There's probably a higher probability it wants to go grab all that liquidity up there, right?
Yeah, I mean, when you get deviations out of the range for the most part, whether it's a trap or not, just a basic range, you get a deviation out of the range and you come back in and hold support within the range. 9 times out of 10, prices reaching out for the top of the range again. Very similar to how your VPVR would work.
Okay. And then that vector gap that you have up there is probably going to be that liquidity target, the first one.
Yeah,
that
I
they're
mean, it's
looking
one
for.
of them. It would be one of the main targets right now for market maker. Now the question is, how much gas sort of piles up. Eventually, we will break to the top side to grab this liquidity. As of right now, I'm sort of running on the thesis that when we do that, excuse me, that'll be our false move up. That'll take us to free the trap longs. It just looks like there's enough liquidity lined up to where if we do dig into that, we'll probably pop target 6 pretty easily. And then I'd be looking for that to be the high of the week going into Sunday night, Monday. And then a 3-day retracement back to get some of this that we left behind. On the bullish side, the most important thing is staying up above 112. As long as we're above 112, every day above 112 is a good day for the bulls.
You said that weekly candle has to close where we are now, and that would look really good. So
yeah,
it's looking really nice so far.
Yeah, we want that weekly to close above. Yeah, we're well above where we have to worry about. What, 1 day, 5 hours left? Officially a breakout.
Yeah, the false move. The false move will probably bring it up higher. It will close looking really good. And then it'll trap some people probably.
Yeah, our retracement should be on the next weekly candle, so.
So in the short term, I put one of my TPs like 0.25% above the range. Like, does that seem about right for a deviation?
Oh, you mean like expecting to get a topside deviation?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It depends, because when we go into these liquidations, we might just rip it. There's a lot sitting there. But yeah, it's usually co-equal or close to it.
When
I'd
you
like to
when you
think
TP1, when you TP1, would you say like 17,800 or like the top of that vector gap, you know, like 17,950? How do you normally TP1?
If I was playing this with size, if I was playing with this with size, my TP1 would be at the top of that vector.
Top of the vector, okay.
My TP2, and when I mean with size, I mean like with levered position. TP2
Sure.
would be the top of the range, and then I would leave a runner for the possibility of a deviation.
To clear all that liquidity that sits up there.
Yeah. I wouldn't want to be completely out just in case it does make the run, but I'm definitely locking in some gains.
Yeah, no, that's good. It's really good. I like that we rejected that bottom down there and we didn't quite make it to the demand zone that you have labeled out. It shows that there just was not enough strength, you know, and they just completely retook the market.
The algo for the most part, if it's in control, won't allow the trap shorts to get freed. So any deviation that you get out of the trap will be high enough to grab liquidity, but not high enough to free the trap shorts until it's time to signal that false move. So we got a deviation now. You see how they even left liquidity behind?
Sure, yeah.
The power
They
of the
left their
algos.
breadcrumbs to come back for him later.
Yeah. And if you just look, like I said, from close, it's like hit the CME, hit the CME again, came up, hit the CME again, rode the CME, came down, rode the CME again, came up, hit it again, another time, underneath. Like, we're basically just doing. I have no idea, Nicole. I try to give people the benefit of the doubt, and the best I could come up with is that they're hedge positions. Right? Like maybe it's a hedge against a long position that they have. And the purpose of it is just to hedge it, and the liquidation is implied for them. Still not the smartest thing in the world to do, but I don't know, man. People just love to play chicken with price. The gamble of it, I guess, the risk.
If that's the case, though, yeah, I mean, I would think it's either just a bunch of degens that are basically in front of a slot machine, or if they are hedges, because they seem to appear like so often. If they are hedges, they must be on isolated, because I can't see somebody, like if it's a liquidation, right? I can't see somebody on cross being in that.
Oh no, yeah. These are isolated, yeah. The isolated hedge positions. Just oh shit positions. In other words, when that liquidation gets hit, their original trade is already printing. So they're not worried about it. They take it as like the price of the cost of operating business.
Yeah, I think it's just being greedy, if you ask me. If that's
I mean,
really
you
what
got to
they're.
remember, so these hedge funds, like these institutions, they've been very clear about what they're doing. Like they haven't been one-sided on these trades at all. They're buying IBIT and they're shorting Bitcoin on futures. So I would assume on a smaller scale, the ones that actually are playing in real time with us, right? Your medium-sized firms and shit, are hedging pretty viciously on both sides of each trade. Because the percentages that they can peel off the middle is 3-4x what they were getting on legacy anyways. Right? We're all sitting here waiting for it to 3-5x or whatever. They're just looking at it like I can get 35%, easy 35%, low stress, month over month. You would be a genius in the stock market if you could pull those numbers.
Okay, but if they're on perpetuals, how do they get away with that legally?
What do you mean?
Like if they're a hedge fund, right? Like how do they legally get away with using customer funds to like basically
Well,
play on
the way it
a
works is they've got tranches in these funds, right? So they've got high risk funds, low risk funds, safe funds, medium risk funds. Put your money in a high risk fund, you're basically giving them carte blanche to do whatever you want. But you got to remember that these strategies, percentage wise, are like risk neutral, right? Like the way that they're set up, unless something goes horribly wrong, and then they've got, guidelines for that too. But the point is that they're happy in just splitting the difference between the two trades. Like that's more money than they usually make in a more consistent fashion than they usually make it.
well, if there's perpetuals, like what I mean is like how are they using perpetuals if we're really not allowed to use it in the US without because
No, no, no.
it
I'm not
goes
talking.
against
No,
SEC
yeah,
regulations.
yeah, yeah. I'm not talking about like big. That's why I said the like smaller, medium term funds. Talking about people like 5, 6 group operation. With
Like
half
three
a
arrows.
billion, with like half a billion, $1 billion worth of investable funds, like, and then just imagine thousands of them. Right? The big guys are in. The little guys are in too. The little guys don't have to follow the same rules that the big guys do. There's plenty of boiler room operations going on right now. I promise you.
Yeah, like I mean, three hours capital, they were like a crypto hedge fund. Like they were like crypto specific hedge fund, but I don't think they were operating out of the US.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. So I guess that's more so what you're talking about, huh?
Yeah.
Bunch of guys like that. All right, makes sense.
And I mean, just look at the regular traders. There is an addiction to shorting right now that's just rampant, bro. And I understand why, because it's paid off for the past year. You know what I mean?
I mean, it's also just crypto. It's like crypto is just naturally really very volatile. Not, I mean, Bitcoin is more stable for sure, but
No, I just mean
I mean, some
the urge to re-enter short positions. Like I'm just sitting in you. I'll sit sometimes and just read the chat, right? Like read YouTube chat. And the amount of people get in a position, get liquidated, and then there'll be like a little pause, and like 1 minute later, it's like, okay, I'm back in. And like everybody's cheering them on and shit, and I'm like, what are you?
yeah, that's what. Once if you get late, you got to reassess for that. Please.
Yeah,
Even
and
if it's
don't let
not a
people
few
in chat
days.
hype you up. They don't care. Their fridge is gonna be stocked no matter what happens to your position.
If it got liquidated, you got a shitty entry and you could probably be better.
The top of that vector gap is 117.9. Jamie. I just had an Angus cheesesteak from Arby's, like the cheat day. What a waste, man. Should have just ate healthy. Definitely not worth the cheat day.
That's what you chose to eat on a cheat day, bro?
I don't know what got over me. You know what? I'll tell you exactly what happened. A commercial came on, bro. Commercial came on.
That's crazy.
It caught me.
That's crazy.
It caught me when I was weak.
Only good thing they got is curly fries.
That shit looked real good on a commercial. I'm not gonna lie. That
We
shit,
have the meats.
bro. It got here and it looked like, I'm not gonna lie, it looked like slop. It looked like somebody put Philly cheese in a blender and then just like smeared it onto some bread.
Jesus.
I'm hungry as shit, so I ate it.
crazy.
But nah, that shit is nasty. I haven't, bro. Let me tell you, the last time I had Arby's had to be over 10 years ago. I don't know what I'm telling you. That commercial, whoever put that commercial together, they need a raise. Arby's, unless you're trying to sponsor the channel. And then I'll give it a second. Maybe my driver did something to the food. You know. You want to supply some free roast beef sandwiches for the family, I'll take it back.
Yeah, but Arby's curly fries and that like fake cheese sauce. Oh yeah.
That shit was nasty. Anybody else see that you know that dude NBA young boy, he's got a money vault in his house. And I guess his people did a live from inside of the vault or something and it like went viral today. Basically like a bank vault, right? And he's got stacks of fiat from the floor to the ceiling, a couple bars of gold and shit. And I was just staring at that shit and a tear came to my eye, bro. The waste. Like that money is gonna sit there and just debase until it's worth shit. You know what I mean? Like seeing that much fiat together in one place is like, oh my god, bro. You are doing it wrong, my friend. That vault should have been absolutely empty with 4 cold wallets on the shelf and a couple bars of gold.
Yeah, the cash does nothing sitting there. You almost have to pay to air condition the whole room to do it.
Bro, he was like,
just sitting there.
We've been filling this vault for the last 10 years or the last 5 years, and I'm doing the math in my head. I'm like, oh, shit.
Those dollars have depreciated like half in value over that amount of time.
Not that much, but enough to make a difference.
You're right. Everything costs twice as much at the store right from then to now.
Yeah.
That's what I mean.
Such a waste. Lack of education, man. It's not in. It's not in, and it's also not in these record companies and these sports teams. It's not in their. It's not to their benefit for you to be financially sound, right? Like they're giving you these $1 million contracts, but they want you to spend that. right? They don't want you turning that million into $500 million and deciding you don't want to put your body on the line for the next 20 years. You know what I mean? Or you don't feel like, you know, slaving away at world tours and shit. Like, they keep them on that. Give them those advances, big advances. Gold chains, cars,
That's
they're
why I
paying for all of
respect
that
Shaquille
shit out of
O'Neal.
their. Yeah. What happened?
That's why I respect Shaquille O'Neal so much, because like he actually broke through that bullshit, you know?
Yeah, there's some smart ones, man. There's some that actually did something with their money. Created brands, took advantage of their 15 minutes of fame.
Mm.
But there's a whole bunch of them that just went the mansions and the cars and then blew out an Achilles tendon. Yeah, exactly. There's some smart ones that are taking payment in Bitcoin. What's funny is they got so much shit during the bear market, like all the memes, right? They were like, this guy got $12 million advance in Bitcoin. It's only worth, whatever now. But they get real quiet when Bitcoin goes back up. You can make anybody that pays you pay you in crypto. Right? There's ways to do that now. Right? You can have direct deposit to your Cash App and have that directly come in as Satoshis. So even if your employer doesn't want to do that, if that's something you're interested in, there's ways to make it happen. Probably something better to look into during the bear market, obviously, but a lot of the memes got hit today because I pumped that fund, sucked a lot of liquidity out.
What happened with that? What was the result?
Like $700 million pre-sale sold out.
Damn. Yeah, I know Mexi was trying to get me to sign up for something to get pre-sale allocation for it, and I wasn't buying it. I don't know. It says it's up 14% right now in the perpetuals.
What's the ticker?
PUMP USDT.
I like when tickers make sense.
Yeah, just got a pill just to show the addiction. Just right in our face, just a fucking pill, pharmaceutical pill.
Language.
That's the logo.
Look
That's
at the daily
crazy.
candle.
Yeah.
This isn't the right chart. On Mexi? All right.
Yeah, it's trading on Mexi, yeah.
The new pump fund token.
Yeah.
Why is there no why is it not here on Mexi?
I don't know.
It's not on spot yet.
Yeah, but it should
Oh,
have
okay, because
the
yeah, that makes sense why TradingView wouldn't have it.
No, I know, but there's a chart. There's a chart somewhere that's active.
What you just showed is exactly what it shows on my MEXC when I look at my daily candles
The BitMEX one.
with those. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's only 3 daily candles so far, from what it looks like in the pre-market.
We'll see what happens when
Yeah,
that comes to life.
that looks pretty accurate.
I mean, it's gonna bring people in, but I personally am not touching it. You're gonna have a bunch of people that were able to get it on pre-sale that are gonna be able to sell it off on spot and short it.
Yeah, for sure.
They got it locked up to where
How long is the vesting?
I don't know. I didn't look it up because I am not invested in it at all.
Yeah,
I
I'd
just
have to check how
read a
much
little
what the
bit about
vesting
it.
schedule is for that. That I see.
Yeah, they're locked up for a little bit before they can start dumping all of it.
That's been the play for memes, man. The play for memes has been get in early, snipe the shit out of the bottoms. The second that it lists on an exchange where you're able to short it, sell your bag, and short that shit.
Shit, that was my strategy in 2021, running all those BNB coins and shit.
Yeah.
That's exactly what I did. I kept doing rinse and repeat, and that worked out really
People
well.
don't realize that, like, you're taking something that was only on the DEX and you're giving people, because people are like, oh, it's on centralized exchange, you can buy it. People can buy it now. Yeah, but people can also sell it. You're giving a large group of people the ability to sell into an exchange where their bank's connected directly. You know what I mean? Like, they can just off ramp that shit and then short the hell out of it.
Yeah, I mean, even if they don't allow fiat withdrawals or whatever, you could just keep that dry powder USDT ready for the next one, or sitting in cold storage or something.
There's always ways to get the money out. If they let you go into stables, there's always ways to move that out.
My friend, he told me about Paxful, and I've used it a few times. Yeah, it's not bad.
Yeah, I agree with you, Sinlos. The pump coins are gonna get hit the hardest when this shit actually goes live because people are just gonna be taking profits out of whatever bullshit they have in there to try to ride this wave. It's brilliant when you think about it. Build up the liquidity and then just drop an extraction engine right in the middle of it all. The amount of money they're gonna make off of this, mark my words, they're probably gonna start their own chain. I can see them going L2 on something, or maybe even L1. I think that'll probably be the best news for Solana, though. If you can remove Pump from Solana, I think Solana does a lot better, even though they're going to have to make up for all those transactions. Right, because Pump.Fun accounted for almost 80% of Solana transactions, even higher during the hype, like 90%, 85%, 90%. So we're gonna have to see what Solana can do on its own 2 feet.
I've been really liking Sui.
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
really getting deep into that ecosystem.
Yeah, Sui's great. Sui for me is
Yeah.
acting like Solana did during the last bull market. And
Yeah, I
I'm
agree with that. It's
hoping that
definitely like the next one.
I'm hoping that the next bull market will also sort of mirror what Solana did during this one. Faster,
Like
cheaper,
even since that
and less
CETUS
stink.
protocol. Even since the CETUS protocol hack that they had, they really bounced back from that, and it just shows how strong that team was.
Yeah.
Dbloc, you got any favorite alts you leverage trade, or do you
I
even
don't.
leverage trade much?
Nah, I don't leverage trade. I'm just holding spot for the top, doing some serious accumulation.
Cool.
I've got favorite narratives, and within those narratives, there's front runners. But I'm focused heavy on AI. On AI, I'm sort of running a barbell strategy on everything, right? What you call a barbell strategy, where you got one side of the barbell, right, which is your safety stuff, right? So this would be your Bitcoin, your top 10 sort of alts, or your just look at it like top market cap, and then the other side of the barbell is like your higher risk, lower market cap stuff, right? And then in the middle is all the shit I'm ignoring, right? The stuff that isn't the top 1 or 2 in its narrative, and also doesn't have a market cap or tokenomics that sort of favor any sort of big moves or anything, right? So I'm securing my safety with my top 10 holdings, and then I'm taking on increased risk. So like for each sort of narrative, like AI, right? On AI, on the left side of my barbell would be the picks and shovels, right? BitTensor, AIOZ, your big ones, your big market cap ones. And then on the right side of my barbell strategy are my AI agents, right? AIXBT, AI16Z, Luna, those type of things. Higher returns, higher risk, less percentage of the portfolio. And it's like that for everything. Gaming, I have Beam, Super, right? Some of the higher sort of Ronin, some of the picks and shovels. And then all the way on the other side, I've got like Echelon Prime, Guns, right? Lower market cap stuff, higher potential to run, but riskier. Right? Same thing for every category. So AI, gaming, altcoin ETFs, right? You got to have a little ETF bag. Pick your favorite. Any one of them I think will do. Once the narrative starts running, I think anything that has the ETF pending is just gonna go. So those are the ones that we've been looking at, right? AVAX, Doge, LTC, Link, Solana, XRP, those type of ones. Those sort of play double duty into the America First coins, which is also a narrative. Right? American-based companies, because of the promise or rumor that there'll be some sort of tax break on gains from American companies that hasn't been determined yet, but it's like a floating rumor. So you can sort of double dip on certain coins right inside that, right? Most of the America First ones are also ones that got ETFs. So you got them both covered. And then your gaming, your AI, and DPIN. DPIN, I'm really starting to focus heavy on, like I said, on one side of the barbell strategy, I'm looking at my Akash's, my Grass, my just the bigger sort of market cap DPIN projects. And then on the left side, I'm really focusing on DPI, decentralized physical AI infrastructure, which is like robotics. Right? That's like super high risk. The narrative that I think is coming hasn't bubbled up yet, but that's like the risk side of my DPIN bag. That's basically how I'm splitting my portfolio up at this point.
Yeah, I like that. It's all about balance. That makes a lot of sense to me, actually.
Yeah. Higher weight in the lower risk projects that I know for sure are going to move just to ensure the gains, and then lower weight in the higher risk projects that have a higher potential for bigger ROI if they do move. And then on those, I just make sure that I have high conviction. Right, that's important. Because if you don't have high conviction in your plays, you're going to get 3 red candles and you're going to get out of position and you're going to get left behind.
You know what's funny about the robotics thing, though? It's the least riskiest thing in legacy, but the most riskiest thing in crypto.
Yeah.
Isn't that funny?
Yeah. Right now, there's no real direct way for Americans to invest directly into robotics. There's a couple of companies in Asia that are doing big things, but some of the DAOs that are coming out in crypto are interesting, where they're like robotic DAOs, and what they're doing is that they're getting a treasury together, and then they're using that treasury to invest in current robotics projects that are that have revenue, right? Like one of the ones that I was looking at, I don't want to say the name because it's super low market cap and I haven't finished doing my research. But one of the ones that I was looking at has a basket of robotics projects. And like one of them is like an active robot that's in BMW factories right now, putting cars, it's that type of shit. It's not so much speculative. It's more like current projects, and then those treasuries are rebalanced in real time. Risky still, but right now that's really the only way you can. Tons of research. For sure.
But like on the boomer side, you just invest in Tesla and Nvidia and walk away.
Yeah, basically. That would be like the picks and shovels.
Yeah. That's why Tesla keeps getting bought up, because people they're not, when they buy, I can't speak for everyone, but for my inner circle and what I'm seeing in like Reddit and some other places, that they're buying his robotics pitch. They don't care about the cars and they don't care about anything else. They're just, all they're doing is buying the dip for the robotics.
Yeah, that makes sense. Zenlo said robots will need metals. Damn right.
And do Tesla produce batteries in a big way, like for outside of the cars, like
Yeah, but that's
they got like
factored in,
house
right?
batteries.
Yeah, but that's like factored into the price. What, like he keeps jumping in and out of politics, which is a different issue. But when he does,
Yeah.
if he does something, it drops hard, and that's a gift to all of the people that are trying to get in on his big humanoid robotics push, right?
Yeah.
Remember that in my opinion, the main product that Tesla is pushing indirectly is the Gigafactory. And the Gigafactory is one large robot. The Gigafactory is a robot that makes things inside of itself. Like that's the way it was designed. It's the way it was designed. The big square robot with a brain that controls all of its internal organs that put together.
Dude, and with his Grok 4 that he just announced, it's so funny how he's the one who's scared of AI and wants to keep it civil and keep it empathetic, and yet he's the one who's probably creating the umbilical cord between reality and the digital
Listen,
world.
ignore what they say and watch what they do. I've been saying for the longest that this man is working for the robots, bro. If you just took everything that Elon has done and just say, who does it benefit more?
Yeah.
Who's to say he's not a robot?
Could be, man.
Dude,
Me
nobody mentioned
personally,
Skynet, that was you.
I think that he's had Neuralink implanted ever since he did that Joe Rogan interview when he talked about it.
Yeah, true.
We will never know.
For the record, Butthead, you're the one that said Skynet. Nobody in chat and nobody in Discord was mentioning anything about that.
Dbloc, what do you think of the decentralized science sector?
I
Have
like
you ever
it.
looked into that?
Yeah, DeSci.
Yeah,
that's
I
one of
do
my
too.
narratives that I've been looking into. I mean, it's a feel-good narrative. There isn't tons of money coming into it yet, but if you want to invest in something that you can feel good about, you know what I mean? There's a lot of good stuff in that. A lot of good research going on. I think eventually it'll hit. I can see schools like school departments using it to fund research, right? Instead of counting so heavily on government grants and shit like that. There's a lot of shit that we need research that just doesn't affect a large amount of people, so it's hard to get private or government funds for it, right? Because the payday that comes out of it doesn't justify the expense of researching it. But with DeSci, it's a way to really you know, you get enough people together that care about a certain subject, you could probably make a difference. Still not a huge amount of money in it, but it's very interesting narrative. Way too many degens in the game right now, though.
I just hope a lot of people that are trading crypto are not ignoring tech stocks, man. I mean, look at Nvidia; it's split, and now look at it, man. It's about to double again.
That's crazy.
The hardware around all AI makes so much sense.
And man, if they figure out a way, I mean, I know they've moved one factory from Taiwan to the United States, but if they find a way to get rid of the volatility with the unknown and the uncertainty with, you know, China invading Taiwan, if they can manage to move more to the United States, it's just gonna lock it in.
Dale, total 3 on what time frame? Yeah.
On the daily, it looks like BTC
Nah, it
also broke.
yeah, it looks good, Dale. Slight deviation, but yeah, looks decent.
The daily time frame, it looks like BTC.D broke the daily and kind of retesting it.
Your measured move on total 3, if it was to break out and hold, would take us back over $1 trillion. I mean, $1 billion, sorry. Oh, no, yeah, take us back over $1 trillion. Okay.
Dude, just think of that.
1.1 trillion for total 3. And that's just the beginning, right? Because our larger fractal here takes us to 1.35 trillion at the end of it all. So I've had this set up for a little while. These 2 points here, weaker alts catch up and strong alts rally, right? Breaking these lines, every time we've come up here and we've actually touched these lines, right, we've had the strong alts rallying hard. Once this breaks, we'll get top 50 going out of control. Once we get above 1.4 trillion, this is when everything that's going to move will move. If your coin isn't moving by the time we get here, cut and run. It's not going to happen. By this point, by the time we get to 1.4 trillion, when we get to all-time highs, if your alt is going to do something, it should already be showing it. We don't want to hold on for too long, and you know what I mean? So it's important to watch those levels. But if we get the break on this bull flag that we were just looking at on the 15-minute, then the strong alts will rally, right? Getting above this gray area will have all the strong alts start to push hard. And strong not meaning just high market cap, strong meaning coins that are doing good against their Bitcoin pair.
Man, I just have I have a hard time, like human capacity wise, watching that and then dominance and then like coins at the same time. It's a lot of stuff to pay attention to.
It is, yeah. It is. I don't blame anybody for having trouble with it.
I just forget because it's not habit, right? Like I'm trying to make it a habit.
Yeah.
I won't guilt trip you into like Joe does about changing your chart and putting all 3 charts up at the screen at the same time.
Now we got to keep in mind the people that are watching on phones. If it gets too much, then it's just unusable.
Dbloc, the concept of vector gap, is it when 3 candles are in a sequence and then the middle candle doesn't have wicks that touch? Is that the idea of it?
No. Vector gap, a vector candle is made by increased tick volume within the candle, right? Which means higher than normal price movement activity. We know that to mean that the market maker is stepping in to match orders, right? 1, to provide liquidity for orders, and 2, to set a matching order, a counter order to your order, right? So if you went short here at 117, market maker provided that liquidity for you to go short and open a long position in the same spot. So the gaps left by these candles, right? The spaces left by these candles are what we call vector gaps. Price moves back through those gaps to fill those orders that market maker left. As those orders fill, he gets all of the liquidity that he provided to you for your trade back. The goal for market maker is to pay himself back without having to spend any money, right? This is a perfect example here. As this went down, everybody wanted to go
he's
short.
putting himself in a drawdown, and then
Yeah.
he's breaking even on that drawdown. Is that
Yeah.
ideally what's happening?
Yeah.
Okay. Wow.
So here, everybody wanted to go short. So just imagine short positions all the way down. Those short positions have matching long positions, and as price comes back up into those ranges, then market maker recoups.
Okay.
And that's the basis on how we determine what market maker's motivation is at any given time. Right. First, we have to determine is market maker in control. And once we determine that market maker is in control, we determine what market maker's motivations are. Once we figure out what market maker's motivations are, we look to see if there's enough gas to get there. If there's not enough gas to get there, usually market maker will farm short liquidity or farm long liquidity or build bullish structure to get retail involved, right? He'll attempt to change sentiment. The whole point is to get up to the goal where he needs to get to, up to the top of this vector gap, without having to spend all the money it takes to get there. Right? So he'll start little parties like this, let off the gas and see how retail feels. Right? Retail didn't bite, so market maker didn't continue to add liquidity. So far, the only part of this trip that market maker is paid for is about 15%. And right here, a little bit right here. 27, right? So let's just call it like let's just call it like 0.3 to round up. The rest of this has been paid by retail. This entire move up here was paid by retail. Same thing happened here, right? Red vector's down. swings up, pays himself, then continues to drop.
So with this current price action, he's farming longs, is what it looks like.
He's farming shorts. The shorts have built up pretty heavily here. He already swept the longs, right? Swept a good percentage of the longs here. What he's doing now is trying to build short side liquidity above to make this move the cheapest way possible. Right? It's like cost benefit analysis. If you're gonna make $2 billion by getting up to this point, but it's gonna cost you $2 billion, say we're working in the same office, we're both market makers, right? You spend $2 billion of the company's money to make $2 billion. I managed to get retail to pay for most of the trip and only have to pay 500 million, and I make 2 billion. Guess who gets the corner office? You know what I mean? So once you think of market makers as an actual job, a business, a corporation, right, that has employees that are working for bonuses, that are, you know, it starts to sort of make sense. But like I said, it's only when market makers in control. At times when large liquidity comes in and market maker loses control, then we trade momentum. Right? It's the only thing on your side when you're trading large liquidity spikes and shit like that.
And is the market makers larger institutions like BlackRock and Citadel and Vanguard? Like, is that what you would consider market makers?
No, market makers are specific liquidity providers, right? That work for exchanges, work for the New York Stock Exchange. And then there's different types of market makers. There's designated market makers, right? These are the ones that are designated by exchanges to provide liquidity, to provide balance, right? They're the ones that bring us the mean reversion and bring us all our sort of playable stuff. Then there's automatic market makers that control smaller projects, right? Like when you get in on a shitcoin or something, the market maker that controls the liquidity inside of that, those are like those are like the evil ones, right? Those are the ones that do all the bullshit, the ones that rug, the ones that... These market makers are different. These are institutional market makers that we're talking about. So every exchange has a market maker that they use, and these market makers try not to step on each other's toes across time frames, which is what gives us that sort of weekly pattern that we play out. FTX's market maker was Alameda, right? Just to put it in a reference.
What's that 50% on your BTC.D chart?
Oh, over here.
Yeah, I mean, I was kind of curious as your TA on the
Yeah.
longer time frame. I noticed on the daily we kind of broke below it, but I was also curious about that 50% line, what it was. It was like 50% of a vector.
No, this was 50% of this range. Right, that we had created. What we wanted to see was if that would break. Right, bullish underneath, bearish above. Bullish meaning it goes down, because we want this to go down. But yeah, it didn't hold. It bled through it like butter, actually. So nasty, bro. Why couldn't we just get that rollover? Life would have been so easy. We want to stay underneath it. Oh, I got you, sir, but hold on. Yeah, I sent you a message. I responded to you yesterday. Stopping volume candle, the reason that we look for the stopping volume candle, right? Because stopping volume candles usually have the highest amount of volume within them, right? So what happens is it's exactly what it sounds like. It's market makers' attempt to stop the drop, right? To stop the incoming volume. Hold on. Right, so it's market makers' attempt to take all of this and sort of slam the brakes on it. This one got invalidated. It just happened to continue to play out. But 9 times out of 10, if this gets invalidated, it'll go lower. For a really strong stopping volume candle, you don't want it to have this top wick. I mean, this still counts, but technically this is more of an indecision candle than anything else. Yep, I'm gonna stop shilling, but silver, copper, platinum, all doing very well. We'll have to watch and see if this W pattern doesn't get invalidated until we close price underneath 117, 111. Right now we're just testing this 50. Right, we do have a vector gap underneath to like 11736. That would be the top of the W pattern. So if anything, that's what I'd be looking for. If this 50 breaks, I'd be looking for them to come down, grab that 50. And then I'd be watching to see if we hold support. Top of the range is what we're shooting for here. I'll be right back. Phantom, you got an open mic, bro.
Hey, yo, Dbloc, I got a quick question for you.
What's going on?
Hey, I've been seeing on TikTok a lot, like from some of these influencers or some people have been talking for crypto for a long time, and in their captions, they keep putting cold wallets not safe, take it off your exchanges, decentralized exchanges only. And then like everything just says email me. I'm like, is that a scam? I mean, it already sounds scary.
Yeah. Just ignore that shit.
But it's just weird because like multiple
I
people
mean,
are
they're
saying,
right.
oh,
Take it off exchanges. But if somebody's telling you that cold wallets aren't safe and you have to take it off exchanges, then what? Are you about to provide a third option for me? You're gonna keep my coin safe for me? Like, is that what's on the other side of the email? You know what I mean?
right. Well, there's some were just saying that decentralized exchanges are the only safe ones now. I'm like, well, that just don't sound right. I'm like, how's my cold wallet?
It's not that it's any more safe or not safe. The thing is that when you buy something on the DEX, like it goes right into your wallet, right? The DEX isn't holding your coin for you. But that's the same as if you buy it on a centralized exchange and just immediately move it out. Just one extra step.
And do you have like a section where like which cold wallets are better? Because I know I heard bad shit about Ledger, and I heard some things about Tezos, so I just don't know which one would be
Man,
like.
the treasures and the ledgers are fine. You just can't opt in for any of the they've all got shit now where they're like, hey, don't worry about remembering your seed phrase. If you opt into this program, we'll keep it safe for you. And if you ever lose your seed phrase, and that sounds good to people, right? Because that's people's like main fear. The problem is that they're keeping all of that information with a third party. That's a vulnerability, right? Like, Trezor's safe, Ledger's safe, but what about that third party they're using, right? Do they have vulnerabilities? Can they get hacked? Me personally, I like Tantrum. I do use a Trezor, I do use a Ledger, but the one that I use the most is the Tantrum wallet, personally.
Do you have a link? I know some like if you Google sometimes like those sponsored links are actual like phishing links.
Nah,
Do you have
you
like
wanna you wanna go right to the company. You wanna go to the company's webpage. You don't want to get it on Amazon. You don't want to get it on any third party. You want it straight from the company, factory sealed.
Is there a possibility you could put a link to it, or like put something in the Discord for like cold wallet links?
Yeah, I could add something, but for right now, just go on Google and look for, Ledger's actual site or Tantrum's actual site. You'll know which one's the real one.
How you spell Tangem, or what's that?
Tangem.
For sure,
Tangem are
appreciate
these it's like cards that you keep with you. I bought the 3-card set, and it's an app on the phone, and the card has an NFC chip. So it's like you need the card, you need the app, you need to have everything together to be able to access your shit. Somebody steals the card, they can't get to your shit. If somebody happens to have the app on their phone, they still need your password. I like it.
Slick Shoes had a question. Maybe I just walked back in about sharing your clips of your instruction within this site. But then I
Nah,
was
that's
also
fine.
thinking that
Yeah, that's fine,
I was
Slick.
also thinking that maybe we should clarify if it's okay to share clips outside of
Does it
this.
matter which one like tangent you get? Because I see one that's like for 59 or $60 or
I think
whatever.
the difference is there's either 2 cards or 3 cards. You're better off getting 3 cards. You want to give yourself a little bit of room to screw up and lose one of them, you know?
Right, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't mind you guys sharing anything that we do on the Discord inside of the Discord, yeah, but obviously don't like post it to YouTube or that type of shit. Why do you hate Bitcoin? As of right now, guys, we're sideways in the trap. And you have 2 levels of support to break before you have to worry about Bitcoin falling out of the trap. Right, 117.3 and 117.24.
Another good old weekend trap.
Old reliable.
Yeah.
Boring as shit, but
You can, I mean, you got a little play. Depending on what you're messing with, you always got like a little play, but
yeah.
they're small little swings, you don't want to you don't want to get jammed up in here on some weird stuff come Sunday night.
Yeah, these guys even got like a package that you get 2 cards and a ring, so you can actually wear your cold wallet.
The ring is kind of cool, but I guess it depends. It depends on your city. You don't want to walk into the bar with one of those rings here.
Someone scan that thing somehow.
Not even that, but I mean, just knowing it could make you a target.
They'll recognize what it is.
Yeah, it could make you a target. I would say maybe 10 years ago. Not even, maybe like 6 years ago, right? You could have a damn cold wallet out on a counter and people have no idea what it was. It's a USB stick or something. Now, especially here, more people are sort of aware. I guarantee you, if you wore that tangent ring in public, somebody would at least ask you about it. Oh, you trade crypto? Da, 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 da.
Yeah,
Do you make trades on your tangent?
Yeah, you can.
No, I'm saying, do you like?
Yeah,
do
I
you
have.
Go
I
to,
have under emergency situations whenever something looks ugly. Like, you know what? Let me try to move some of this around. But for the most part, it just holds my. It's just my long-term hold.
for trades though? You said you prefer Kyber swap for DEX?
Yeah, for dexes, I like Kyber or any sort of aggregators, right? These are dexes that are going to be able to fulfill your trade no matter what chain you're on, where they'll just sort of route your trade, right? Like, even if it has to be swapped to USDC and sent to Uniswap and turned into something else and turned into a wrap Bitcoin to be able to go, you know what I mean? Like, those steps, it does it automatically.
Yeah.
You don't have to sit there and do all of that yourself. Saves a good bit of time.
I know you're gonna hold off probably a little bit on it until the bear market, but I'm gonna try to get into these airdrops this come along this next round.
Yeah.
Something I haven't really dealt with. I don't mess with any dexes either, so.
Well, during the bear market, we're gonna change all of that. By the time we get to the bottom of the
let's let this stuff kind of get out of the way when we.
By the time we get to the bottom of the bear market, everybody's gonna have a DEX on each chain, a hot wallet loaded up with a little bit of cash just for gas fees and shit like that. because the opportunity loss is big, right? Like, I mean, you guys know, how many times have you heard so and so is popping, and you go to check if you can get it on your centralized exchange and you can't, so you have to sit and watch it pump for 3 weeks, and then they finally drop it on your centralized exchange just to dump it on you.
The stuff y'all that I hear up in this community, man, I'm like, yeah, I can't touch that, or I can, but I don't have what it, I don't
Yeah.
have.
Even people that have hot wallets, and I'm guilty of this too. Having to move stuff into your wallet, like, oh damn, this thing is popping. But I don't have any ETH.
Damn.
I gotta buy some ETH, and I gotta move some ETH over there for gas. Nah, screw it. I don't care. I'm not gonna do that. Serbo, there's no price tiers. It's just $50 one-time fee, brother. $50 one-time fee, and you're stuck with us. It'll go up in the future as we try to keep the group small. But once you're in, you're in. I mean, unless you do something crazy, obviously. There's price tiers on the YouTube memberships, but those are just like to show support, right? If you just want to support the channel. The top price tier on the YouTube membership gets you the family roll, but the cheapest way to get the family roll is just to pay the one-time $50 fee. I got you with the invite, Melissa. Give me a second. Thank you, Gloomy. Yeah, that's the invite to get into the Discord. And then once you're in the Discord, if you decide to stay with us, everything's unlocked right now for the free version. So if you come in, like what you see, decide you want to stay with us, then you can get your family roll by clicking this link here. It's also in the family roll channel on the Discord. Damn it, the mods are beating me to the punch today. Thank you. Appreciate you. W mods.
We retesting this little mini W here.
Yeah, we came and cleared that vector where it's shown a little bit of weakness on the neckline of that W. But we'll see where she ends up at. Already building sort of motivation to pop back up. Where are my liquidation levels, though, is what I'm wondering. Like, why does this chart look so naked? I just realized. There we go. That's more like it.
That's better.
What happened when you clicked it? Can you see all the channels in the... Melissa, can you see all the channels in the Discord? And what's your Discord name so I could check on it? All right, hold on. Let me check. Kirsty, maybe it's the all in, all out that's messing with you. You ever tried scaling out of a position? You know, we know about staying in a position until you get that bearish momentum, right? So we can follow them up momentum wise. You know, worst case scenario, you're waiting until it changes on the 5. But if you go to the 1 minute, you can get earlier exits. All right, let me check it out. Give me 1 second. Yeah, I'm not seeing you on the list here yet.
Dang, Derek Lewis, man, like a slim trim from the UFC. Wow. You watch UFC any? D-Block?
I usually catch clips. I've never really sat down for it though.
Okay, okay.
But I see
You know
whatever
Derek
comes
Lewis?
across my socials and shit. Yeah.
Well, he's on slim. Just like here, like he's on slimmed up, man. Like he's done lost a lot of weight.
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
That's a good thing. No, good thing. Good thing. Yeah, yeah.
You know, some of these guys lose weight and it's like,
Nah, he was in the heavyweight division and he was definitely he definitely he'd call himself like a fat boy, but he's got all the knockout power in the world. Damn, he done slimmed up. Like, dude, he's on. That means he probably dropped enough weight to where he could have gone on like light heavyweight maybe.
yeah.
He had dropped a lot of weight. Nah, he's got that one of those. He's got some of those viral moments with Joe Rogan in the ring. Like, if you don't know who Derek Lewis is, like some of the crazy stuff he said is, you know.
When you're getting in your trades, Christy, do you have an exit in mind? Like, is there a TP in mind? That's probably the main problem, right? You gotta have a target. You need your entrance, you need a stop loss, you need a target, and you need an invalidation. Right? You need to know when this trade is no longer the trade that you were interested in so you can cut. But you have to give yourself a target. What happens if you don't give yourself a target? You fall into hope. You know what I mean? Like you start looking for reasons why it could keep going. Moving the stop loss and profit is a good start for sure. If you have to be honest, are you scared of taking profits? Like when you're in a trade that's successful, do you feel like taking profits ends that successful trade and then now it's on you to sort of get into another entry? You know what I mean? Like, is it well, that could be it too.
I know I feel like that sometimes. Like
Gambling
that's exactly how
gambling could be it
feels.
too. Having a strict take profit will help with the gambling thing, but you've got to stick to your rules, right? So there's nobody there. There's nobody behind the screen but you. So, I mean, for me, patterns are good for that, right? Like, what pattern did you trade into? What liquidity pool are you sort of shooting for? And then once you get there, start being happy with taking those profits. Go into the education section, Christy, and look for a channel that I have in there called Profit Per Hour. It's called Profit Per Hour, and it's under education. Just read through that real quick, and then come back and let me know if it helps a little bit.
How many years you think we are away from gladiator fighting?
I mean, we're at bare knuckle already. Not far.
You mean like Coliseum style arena fighting?
Yeah, till the death matches.
To the death? Like death race and stuff?
Yeah, how long you think it's gonna be till we see that?
I'm pretty sure that's called murder. So probably when they get rid of the murder law.
No, you're stepping in the ring. That's just what it is.
When they sign contracts for it.
I mean, they got medieval UFC where you're full on medieval gear and
That's
they're
funny.
fighting each other.
That's funny as shit. And that card jitsu, have you seen that?
Card jitsu.
Two dudes in a car just fighting. One starts in the driver's seat, the other starts in the passenger seat, and then the bell rings.
Oh, Lord.
Bro, you want to see some entertaining shit? Look at that, bro. They're just trying to choke each other out with seatbelts. Bro, the best move I ever saw. The dude got the seatbelt wrapped around his neck and then reached over and hit the lever, dropped the seat on him. I was like, yo, that is expert level card jitsu right there.
Looking like an action movie.
Yeah.
They're doing the over in New Zealand. They picked it up, but they've been doing it's called run straight for it, or I think it's run straight for or something like that. It's the Oklahoma drill, which they banned in the U.S. in college football and NFL, and no pads, no nothing. You know, one person has the ball,
Yeah.
another person's like 30 yards.
It's called
straight.
football practice.
Yeah, contact, full
They be
contact.
doing the rugby.
Yeah,
Get some
they're
big
really-
dudes.
Yeah, no, they're running some leagues over there in New Zealand, and actually, a guy just died from it a couple weeks ago.
Stupid
Got hit by
games
that
and
semi
stupid
truck.
prices.
And these guys are huge, and they're just like knocking each other out. Just running straight into each other, no pads at all, no helmet, no nothing.
They Joe Rogan had this dude on there that was promoting some shit called the Enhanced Olympics, where it's basically Olympic competition, global, no rules, like no doping rules, everything's legal. Just juice yourself up as much as you possibly can.
Yeah.
Let's see what the human body's really capable of. Like,
Y'all
whoa,
remember the
that would be
Pain
absolutely
Olympics
nuts,
back in the
bro.
day?
Jeez.
That would be nuts. But then the way he sold it was like, you don't have to dope. Like, this would be a place where natural athletes could come and put their skills up against enhanced athletes and sort of prove that you don't need that. But yeah, good luck. That's not how that's gonna end up.
Yeah.
There's gonna be some monsters coming out of there.
Yeah, for real.
Y'all remember those the Pain Olympic videos from back in the day?
Mm-mm. Nah, I didn't
What
catch
video?
those.
Pain Olympics.
Pain Olympics?
I wouldn't I would recommend looking it up, but yeah.
Yeah, don't look it up unless you want to be traumatized
Yeah,
forever.
don't sound too
Yeah, that
the
don't
Pain
that's what I was
Olympics.
saying.
Yeah, so to the guy question about the gladiators, I don't know. We might not be too far in 20, 25 years. Yeah,
Yeah,
gotta
it's
watch
in
out.
sight.
Yeah.
I'm thinking it would be a good idea to hold here on Bitcoin to stay bullish. So I mean, I personally hope it holds here. I don't want to see any more weakness than this. Personally,
Bison, can you see all the channels? Make sure you go to verify and you click that check on verify. If you can't get into the chat itself or the chart, the chart might be full.
Yeah, Qual, we kind of getting pinched down up in here. I think that I might be able to hold this thing out till tomorrow, and then they'll make their move.
well, I'm really hoping it makes a move towards the top of the range by later tonight.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah,
it's
no, I
already
hear you.
like almost 5 o'clock, so I'm hoping that it's more than halfway. I'm hoping it's above CME close at least
Okay.
by the daily candle close. But
Did you take a little profit from your long?
no, not yet. My profit's at the top of the range, but yeah, I don't know. I might have to move my stop loss up if it goes down anymore.
Dbloc, if we did take this type of trade with you, would you say that the W invalidation would be a good stop loss area?
Yeah. Stop loss has moved up underneath that invalidation.
What?
Yeah, our original stop would have been underneath the stopping volume candle. And then as you solidify, come up and hold, then it gives you the room to sort of move up your stops.
And y'all were talking about what was it? The hyper liquid funding thing. When was that? The other day? Is that for that big vault that they have?
Is it a fake out or what?
Give me 1 second, guys. I'm trying to help somebody that can't see all the rooms in here. Lily, stop over trading and you won't be so emotional. It's just a red candle. Cole, if you can't find it, go to scroll up to where it says browse channels and then look for it under there. Yeah, they do. 80%, 85% of day traders lose. but it's mostly because they can't separate emotions and don't have really good risk management. Any trade that goes against you and hits your stop is a winning trade, right? Because the safety that you put in place to protect yourself from losing hit. It's just about not letting it get to you.
Yeah, then just wait for the next trade.
Nah, even I could be wrong. I mean, I was wrong zigzag on this one. Right? My trade was long here. But we know how these weekend traps play. Right? So it's a if this, then that scenario. Our trapped shorts. Let's drop our trapped shorts line so we know where to watch out. Remember, the false move is locked in when one side or the other gets freed. So it's important to remember where this line is. Yeah, people are in two camps. Some people want to false move down, some people want to false move up. False move down sounds good because it gives you a 3-day up. For me, I'm always on the like rip the band-aid sort of side of things. But the liquidity above does sort of look like it's set up better for a false move up. Especially since they're taking this. You know what I mean? Like all this liquidity underneath that could have sort of gassed that move, we're sort of gobbling it up, right? While this stacks. Yeah, as long as soon as aggressive sellers stop selling here, the algo will kick in and try to push back towards CME close.
Hello, everybody.
Zeusy.
What's up, D?
Just hanging out, man.
It's a 3-day weekend for me.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. The family stuff, I know. But yeah, I notice you guys are bearish this weekend. Interesting. Negative CVD. I mean, makes sense. Good.
What do you mean, you guys? Are you separating yourself from us?
I mean, the markets overall.
You guys. You act like you're not just as addicted as we are.
Yeah, Zuzi was on chat until I fell asleep.
Seller exhaustion here will lead to vector recovery.
Dbloc, it's like what you
I have a question. So, would you consider that like a second deviation, but it is a higher low, right?
Yeah, so far, yeah.
Yeah. So when it does these deviations, it doesn't increase the size of the weekend trap, right?
No,
Like
no,
the
no.
box.
No, yeah.
Okay. The box is dictated beforehand.
Yeah. All this is the market deciding to sweep the liquidity that built up from all of the sideways.
It's
You
like
know?
taking a break outside, getting some liquidity, coming back into the box.
Yeah, they touching grass.
Yeah, dude.
Went outside for a minute, touched some grass, clear some liquidity. Railroad tracks. Railroad tracks usually signal continuation. If this flips green.
Wait, isn't that box smaller than 1% above and below CME
It's pretty tight.
price?
Let's see.
Yeah, it's
4.5%
half the
up.
typical size, no? Like
Mm-hmm.
this,
Yep.
what you do is smaller than typical.
Yep, yep. There goes our green vector.
Hmm. Yeah, you know, retail taking profit achieves 600 CVD negative Bitcoin while we're kind of... but it needs a lower low. That's what it needs to go back up. That 1166. They tried to come for my short while I was sleeping. It failed. 1182 again. 1, 2, 3. All right, 3 times now.
Cobra, what I'm waiting for on ETH BTC is this move here. Second. This move here on ETH BTC is what I'm looking for, right? To pop up above our bullish trigger here. So the reason I haven't really pulled the trigger just yet is because of our overlay, right? So our overlay here does call for a bit of a retracement. So I'm sort of I'm waiting to see if we get that retracement and then a second attempt, or if the retracement on this overlay was just because of the COVID, shit, and we don't have to worry about it. But for right now, popping above that 200 EMA is my go signal for ERC20s. We'll probably come down here, clear this vector back down to the 50. Right, retest the 50. But it looks
You know,
good.
remember those COVID tracker sites and all? Are they still online? Like, can
I
we
have
check?
no
Because
idea.
maybe COVID is coming back.
I'll tell you what, if we get some sort of crazy black swan, insert black swan here. You guys pick your favorite black swan. But if we get some sort of crazy black swan that makes ETH come back down to these ranges, ETH BTC come back down to these ranges, I give up. This is all officially a simulation, and I'm just going to let AI trade for me and just go relax.
Bitcoin reaching 150 while ETH just stays at 2,800 would achieve that drop on ETH BTC, right? Like, there are even scenarios where 2C doesn't get stopped out while that happens.
Yeah. Soul Surfer, I'm denominated in Bitcoin right now, right? So for me to go into alts, like, I've got to watch the BTC pairs. They're way more crucial for me than the USD pairs. That's why everybody's like, well, I think you're waiting too long for the alts. Gotten DMs like, look, bro, I'm not trying to tell you how to trade, but I'm worried that you're waiting too long to get in the alts. And then I show them the BTC pair, and it's like, oh, okay.
World War III was a good buy on every chart in the end, on alts too.
Oh yeah, one of the best buys.
Like, you
Macro support hit with max levels of FUD. That's irresistible for me.
But you got 20-25% pump on Bitcoin and achieving new all-time highs and all. Alts did that too.
Yeah, exactly. So that's where my head's at. I've already bid into some higher market cap alts, but they've been performing better on their BTC pairs before anything else, right? So usable. And then I've got some lower market cap shit that isn't really looking great against Bitcoin, but it's the type of shit that if it moves, it's gonna move quickly. So it's like better to have some exposure than none at all. Let's see how many new whole coiners we can make at the bottom of the next bear.
Oh, I disagree with your green vector. There's no little no that green vector down there.
What do you mean you disagree with it?
Well,
That's great.
It's not a good one. It doesn't typically. I look at your stream and I look at spot, and your stream is on perpetual, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So on perpetual, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, there was a volume increase and like tick increase, and a lot of exchanges happened to reverse price, but it wasn't supported by spot. Like on spot, there's no vector there.
Yeah,
And there's not on the way down either. Like there's no red on the way down either.
it also didn't turn into a vector until like well through half of the candle too. So that's funny though.
Yeah, that was super funny. You should clip that, Dbloc. I don't agree with that green candle.
No, but
It's
it's not
already
just
exhibited.
it's not just a green. It's a vector green, right?
Yeah. It's not like Dbloc put that there. We could just take it out.
Nah, Zusi doesn't like it. We'll get rid of it.
Oh no, you know there are the theories, the conspiracy, right? So
There we go. I fixed it, Zeus.
I don't know, but I see 3 battles. 1, 2, 3. Kind of have to reverse up now if we can't go down. Not too much up
Would have
though.
been nice if they recover like 50% of that vector.
But that's done, no?
Nah, he means the green.
Ah, you wanted to come into the middle of the green.
Yeah.
Oh man, that's 0.2% lower.
You notice on the 1 minute
yeah.
we didn't even turn vectors on the 1 minute. So Zusi has something with his disagreement here.
Oh really?
It's just the top. It's right. We got a lot of liquidity here at the top. So all of this up and down, this move here. Remember, it's tick volume. So it's how many times the price moves a tick up or down within a candle. So all of this tick volume right here is what turned, or all of that volatility is what basically turned this candle into a vector. Then it consumed half of it for the most part.
If we break 117000, you will get a vector on your chart, a real one, because there's 33 Bitcoin there, so it should automatically increase the amount exchanged compared to the previous candle, unless there's like a big absorption going on before we attack that very thin buy wall, but it is there. Also, we have a point in pumping to 118 because they've been marking it down actually, huh? Yeah, we have like resistance at 118. Oddly, we stopped dumping since that resistance appeared. The lowest point, that's that resistance appeared when the lowest point of today was reached. Then we tried to pump back up towards it, but fell short of filling that order. And Bitcoin is really in a $1,000 range. It's barely 1%. Well, it's less.
I'm starting to get bored. I want it to pump.
Yeah, dominance, Bitcoin dominance green today, while Bitcoin going sideways is a bad side for my alt season idea. It's not really a good sign. It's the weekend. We're not supposed. Like people are really selling. I mean, I guess you can't blame them. There's a lot of profits on some of these alts, right? But we have Bitcoin sideways above 115, 116, 117. Okay, it's below 118, but like people shouldn't be selling their alts, right? But I guess that's what they're doing because we see dominance a bit on the rise today, while Bitcoin is
People should be selling their Bitcoin now, not their
yeah,
alts.
be selling Bitcoin to buy alts. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. They should.
That's not what
Right
that
now, it's
they're
distribution.
doing
It's
though.
distribution time. People should
Yeah,
be selling their Bitcoin and looking for
honestly,
alts that can beat the Bitcoin pair.
it was my bet yesterday, but it's like I see that it's wrong. Yeah,
Mhm.
today it's wrong. So it's just wrong, yeah. So people probably are pouring alt profits back into Bitcoin.
To be honest, like you're not supposed to make that decision on the weekend. Just create more dry powder for Monday.
Yeah, but the idea is that people who work have more time to look at the charts during the weekend. So yeah, but
True.
I guess the idea is that there is more retail in the charts. There are more people like myself who work and they have
Yeah,
more
but you're
time
here
to
every
trade
day,
during the
Zusi.
weekend. So yeah. I work in IT. I work from home. So yeah, I'm here a lot. But the idea would be that there are more retail during the weekend than during the week. But maybe that's not true. In fact, yeah. Seems like a decent assumption though, because the professionals do not trade on the weekend. To my knowledge, they can't. They can't anyway. The stock market is closed, right?
Look at how flat we went here before this last dump. Or this last drop, I should say. See this on the 1 minute candles? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 minutes of just flat sideways.
The market maker made a decision.
So professional traders can trade 6 days a week if you're into currencies, forex, and commodities.
Like Saturday, they can trade. Oh, okay.
Yeah. I want to leave you guys with a thought about to head to work myself, but talking about things in the world that were unsolvable, that catastrophe, et cetera. Something that's probably in some of your lifetimes and definitely in mine. One was acid rain, okay, which has basically been solved. We took care of that. And the other was what was the cosmic ray thing?
Ozone layer.
No, the ozone layer. That's totally been taken care of. Most of it was actually caused by a volcano in Antarctica that was releasing chloroforms and reaching up there. But since we took action against it, it took a couple of decades. But with enough people behind it, with enough governments acting together, etc., many of these the world's going to end, or very very hard problems can be solved in our lifetimes. Okay, just wanted to leave you with that thought. You guys all have a great weekend. Over.
Thank you for that optimism. Yeah. There are scientific issues we can scientifically solve.
Yeah, I'm from the government and I'm here to help,
And we can figure all that out, but we can't get a cigarette lighter to work for more than 5 months on any car.
Are there cigarette lighters still in cars now?
You can get it if you want it. They're still shit though.
Right. I remember a period of time with the airlines, they had to weld the cigarette ashtrays shut because the retrofit was just too expensive.
Some people are still wearing scars from those things.
Come on, Snoopy. Oh, scars. I thought you said scarf. I love Snoopy. I've been listening in. Like I said, it's the weekend. I don't do stuff. I got actually, I think I told you, an $8 charge stops me from trading for 2 days. Ugh, Legacy. They're brutal. They don't want to lose one dime. Over.
Potential local low in, huh? Maybe.
We shall see.
It forgot
Yeah.
about people.
You have to sustain this sort of aggression. If not, like I said, the algos are going to kick in. If the tape is dead, the algos are pushing up towards CME gap. If we can see some aggressive sellers come in, then we can try to overwhelm the algo. But right now, I mean, as you can see, we've done a really good job this entire weekend staying pinned to the CME gap.
We could visit the other gap, though.
There is no second gap.
There's another gap.
There is no tomorrow.
It happened Thursday for an unknown reason. People became overly bullish when CME happened to close. I wonder why. You think it's ETFs? No, could it be like a big ETF rebalancing, having to buy, and the timing of their buy is on purpose while their own ETF is closed? Or like who did that? Who decided to buy 3,000 Bitcoin right when CME closed? Like what's the point in doing that? Actually, I don't know. I
One
really don't
last,
know.
one
There's
last
probably a
move
point.
before it's time to go. One last move
Price to have
before you go
maximum
away for the
impact,
weekend.
maybe? Or... It's maybe like
There has to
because he
be
knew.
there has to be a moment when it switches from there has to be a moment when it switches from market maker to algos where there's some maybe benefit. I don't know. I'd have to look into that. If you can time it, maybe you have more price impact. If you can catch that flip. I'm really not sure. I'd have to talk to somebody that's done it and be like, pick their brain, you know? Like you had
Maybe it's
all
like
day to
liquidity
buy these
providers fighting
bitcoins.
each
Why would you
another,
do it
or
now? Or some sort
because
of
there's nothing.
reselling. There could be some sort of rebalancing or resettling that happens at the end of the
There's gotta be
session.
a reason, right? Like, that's not coincidence. Right?
No.
You probably get more slippage also at that time, right? It's when your price impact is probably the maximum. Because there's a bit less participants in the game, so yeah, it's when you can dump or pump Bitcoin the most. That time when weekends and the half hour algo resetting time every day. Yeah. I think they just ran out of Bitcoin during the session, so at the end of the session, price had to move up. No, like that could be the case also. If it balances daily they run out of Bitcoin.
Man, I just want this old season to start. We've been waiting way too long.
Well, you know, we just had some nice moves on alts. Can't blame people for taking profit and buying back Bitcoin. As long as we're below 65.5, I'm going to assume dominance stopped at 66. We're currently at 65, so well, 64.7. A bit upward today. Yeah.
Yeah, this price action is horrible. We're literally flat
Yeah,
again
it's
here on the 1 minute.
We need some more people hyping up that in the next 3 months or 4 months. We're going to see the biggest gains ever, boys. Come on. Dbloc, what are some like under 150 mil, 200 mil market cap coins you're looking at?
My biggest micro cap bag right now is guns.
Are you looking on anything on base?
No, base, I'm mainly going with the majors.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm mainly going with the majors. I think any retail
I
that
just feel like
comes into base is gonna slap by on high market cap memes, basically, right?
yeah. I just feel like Coinbase is gonna push base so hard. I feel like base is gonna be big this season. I don't know.
I mean, if they can pull off what they were saying, they're talking about onboarding 1 billion people by the end of the bull market. Like, bro, you better get started.
Yeah, they've got an announcement coming on July 16th. Something really big coming for base. I'm looking forward to it. Let's see what it is. Something to do with the Coinbase wallet. Like, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, they're making that wallet really beginner friendly,
Yeah.
which is good.
Yeah. No, I like it. I use Coinbase wallet for most of my stuff now. It's good. Like it.
That Robinhood wallet is also surprisingly decent for what it is.
Yeah.
As a sort of like tiptoe into DeFi if somebody's only on Robinhood.
Yeah.
It opens a lot of shit up. I'll be honest with you though, I'm easy. If you just start me on dark mode, like I give your app a 5 stars. Robinhood just starts you right off in dark mode. Like, here you go. I'm like, yes, that's what I'm talking about.
Nah, it's the worst when sometimes I open up MetaMask and MetaMask kills me, man. I always forget to put it onto dark mode. Oh my god.
Oh, yo, Mexi, every time they have an update, as soon as you open it, it's like, oh, a blind.
I judge you, bro. If your website or your app is in light mode, I judge you. I hold it against you.
So it's crazy to think that like there's a still a portion of the world that actually never switches it.
Bro, there's people who chart on a white background. Like, I can't even imagine. My eyeballs would be so.
Go to YouTube.
My
There are
eyeballs would be
videos
so
crazy,
fried,
man.
bro.
I've
Yeah.
seen
There's
it
people like that.
and I don't understand it.
Yeah, they chart on a white background.
One thing I can tell you for sure, they're
also
not
on-
staring at the charts for hours a day.
Yeah, the people I know that do that, they chart and then they just go eat some and they're like chilling in spot bags.
Yeah.
Big swings.
Let's go, baby. Back to CME close.
So when we see Bitcoin rising like this and we see dominance falling,
Yeah,
that's a good
blockchain backer is one of them. Blockchain backer that kills me with that light background.
Oh no.
Dominance falling, really?
Yep, taking a tiny little
It's
tumble
the
here.
blockchain backer.
ETH still hasn't got
It's
over
significant.
that uptrend that we were looking for. Let's see what on-chain volume here. Getting a slight tick up, but hold on, let's go. See, so we're starting to get that tick up on exchange volume. But for me, honestly, until we get above, until we can get above 40, I mean, honestly, it should be more like 50. But until we can get above 40 or 50 bill in daily exchange volume on exchanges, none of these pumps that we're seeing are going to sustain themselves. Right, if you look at the all-time on here, we're basically around bear market lows. You know, but pay attention to this right here. So we're sort of here, right? This sort of thing, right? But look at how quickly this moves from November 5th to November 16th. 11 days. So it happens quickly. You know what I mean? It happens quick. But I do want to see us start to pop up above some of these highs.
Wait, that volume is in dollars or in Bitcoin? Because if it's in Bitcoin,
It's in dollars.
it's in dollars.
Yeah.
So when we see dominance kind of like falling like this, when Bitcoin is moving up, that's good for the alts, correct?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, but overall, Bitcoin isn't going up anymore. It is sideways, and dominance is a bit downward currently. Like, I guess on this bounce up, yeah, we see dominance dropping and Bitcoin going a bit up. But
If we look
Yeah, I'm
at,
just
so
talking about
follow my horizontal line. You see it, right? It goes to both. So look at the bottom here when we started to move up. This move up on Bitcoin, you see how that dropped dominance? Just this sort of move up here. So yeah, the alts will
yeah, that's what I'm
react.
talking about.
Yeah, the alts
Yeah.
will react to that even on small time frames like the 1 minute. And now we're
Yeah.
coming down and Bitcoin's popping up. Dominance is popping up. So they're trading sort of inverse to each other right now.
Yeah. And obviously with the weekend trap, we can still see ETH move, right? We can see ETH break out and not have to, there's no like weekend trap for ETH, right?
No. I mean, sometimes if Bitcoin stays sort of tight enough and dominance just stays tight, everything will run sideways. But it's not a bad idea once ETH starts to gain sort of dominance to start watching ETH CME gap, because ETH also trades on CME. So that might be something that I do a little bit more of once it's sort of in charge. But we're gonna need a couple weeks of like outperformance on Bitcoin before worth doing that. And then we switch into that mode, right, where we watch Ethereum the same way we watch Bitcoin. Right? Ethereum and Ethereum dominance will affect what the alts are doing.
Yeah. Because when you look at ETH right now, like what number are you looking at for ETH to break to really start considering, oh damn, okay, like we should probably start looking at alts and really moving more into alts? Like what number are you looking at
For me,
for?
it's ETH BTC. Right, so if we pop these highs, this bullish trigger on ETH BTC, that's at like 2,600 satoshis, basically, give or take.
Yeah.
That's when I think alts really start to pop again, especially ERC20s. But then that just rolls, that rolls over to everything. That'll give you the idea that this flag structure is gonna start breaking out, and then people will go more risk on.
And what number are we looking for on ETH for it to like start breaking out? Just like in terms of just ETH as a
like for me,
alone.
honestly, ETH can break out. We're already at the vector. The most important thing for me for ETH right now, structure wise, is that we climb back over. Let me go to the 3-day. That we climb back over this uptrend. This is the uptrend that we've been on since the beginning of the run, right? 2022. We failed it here, and then we've been trying to get back above it. We're currently rejecting off of it. Once ETH can get back above here and hold, I think it starts to go into these vectors, and it starts to move at that point. Right? But this is the big problem. This has been the resistance that we've had sort of this entire time. But to put that sort of deviation behind us, right, and get back into our uptrend, like this is the, and it's crazy because, you know, ETH underperformed what everybody expected, blah, blah, blah. But at the end of the day, I mean, it did just go up and to the right, you know? So getting back into that zone will sort of cancel out all of this bullishness, and ETH will just start moving different at that point.
Bearishness here. Yeah.
Yeah, bearishness, I mean, yeah. So that point would be 2965, right? Right here where we're at. So far, it's just a clean rejection off of it. If we put our vectors in sort of, I mean, put our line and see what 50% of that vector would be. That could bring us down to like 2779 worst case, which would also be this resistance, this SR flip from that. So that makes sense. If it was to come down and reject hard, it would be to retest that support. It would also retest the 50% of the vector. And on the daily, if I'm not mistaken, yeah, basically like your 13 EMA.
I mentioned that yesterday. A lot of these alts broke out and are gonna retest potentially their breakouts, right? And like on ETH, yeah, you're getting rejected by that angular, but you're also still holding above support. So it's like reclaimed. I mean, we reclaimed the January dip on ETH, right? So this weekend we touched exactly 2,900, and that's the lost support from January 2025. Right? So, like, if it can't, like, it's yeah, it's our flip.
Yeah. Little baby W is cooking so far. Got to get above the 200 in the daily open, and then CME's within grasp. Remember, as selling pressure dies down, the algos are going to kick in, right? That magnetism to CME is something that with tight stop losses you can trade towards, right? Whether it gets to the top of the range or not, but the very most it'll come up. I mean, for the very least, it'll usually come back and test that CME. Just really slow price action, guys. It's not really easy to make this exciting at all. We're just watching algos cook.
It's exciting to me because I get to see inside the mind of a market maker.
Yeah, I mean, that's how I trade this thing. I really try to sit myself in that seat.
So even slow price action, I mean,
There's
into
always
it,
something going on. Yeah, there's always something going on.
Mhm.
Market makers not going to spend a day without eating. They'll just slowly grind, grab these, like they just grabbed this last vector here now with this push up. All right, We scoot our invalidation down to our new W. We can get rid of our old pattern. Remember that this new W that we're putting in puts in the left side, I'm sorry, the right side of a larger, higher low fractal here. Right? So what you can consider a failed W here just becomes the fractal on the higher time frame. See what I'm saying?
Yeah, but this will also fail to break out to 118, 200. So
Yeah, not all patterns are successful.
what's the measured move there?
That takes us out of the weekend trap. 118.3.
Ah, maybe it won't then. Okay. Ah, I think it'll fail. We'll see.
But for now, we'll just pay attention to our little baby one. As soon as that plays out, we'll take it off the screen so it doesn't take so much. My OCD is going to go crazy if we just play this minute by minute.
Yo, what the hell was that little hissy fit about, dude? I nearly got shook out. I was like in the middle of a meeting with somebody and freaking like I'm looking at my phone. I'm like, yo, what the hell's going on? I'm like trying to talk to them and listen to them while I'm looking at my phone. They probably think I'm an asshole. And I'm like, it's like they have no idea
Just a
that I'm
higher
in a
low.
leverage trade on Bitcoin.
It was just a
All
little
right,
higher
so
low.
yeah, still in no invalidation, it was just a fake out.
It invalidated the W that we were in, but it created a larger W, but it didn't go lower than the last. It's still a higher low. It didn't threaten the
Okay.
trap shorts or anything important.
All right, perfect. So I did move my stop loss up, not too close, but I moved it up like from where it was.
Yeah.
But
I mean,
but I
it
was
makes
like, damn,
sense
dude, because I
because
didn't know what the hell was going on.
it makes sense because if it put in a higher low on a bigger fractal, then the right side of that should be where your stop losses are at this point. Or if you played this smaller flag, then you would be under the right side, right underneath your invalidation.
All right, cool. I mean, I'm not my stop loss. I'm still not in the profit. I'm still closer to the trap shorts.
Yeah.
And I kind of want to gamble with that a little bit because I'd rather have a position and potentially lose a little bit more money. Like I'd rather have a position and potentially lose a little bit than miss the trade completely. So I'd rather stay exposed if I can, but I'm definitely not risking as much as I was before. If that makes sense. Like I moved my stop loss up, so it's still not in the
Yeah, I hear you.
profit, but I don't want to get shook out if I don't absolutely have to. So
I think a
it
lot of
sucks.
people are. Yeah, I did it too. A lot of people are doing it right now. They're like de-risking a bit, right?
Vitor, what's going on, brother?
All right, thank you for the update. Appreciate it. I need to get back inside.
Yes,
I'll be back
sir.
back on the mainframe in a little while.
I gotta go work out at some point here and get this damn Arby's cheesesteak out of my system. That was such a bad decision.
Go to the gym, bro.
Yep. Almost at the measured move for this small W now. Excuse me. Back at our daily open retest. Still not at the neckline of our new W structure. Or larger W.
On the 15 minutes, it's like triple bottom, no? But we needed a lower low, but I guess triple bottom is fine too. It's a W, but you know, on the left, there was another V, so it's more like 3 attempts at going lower.
Google Trends looks horrible for crypto and Bitcoin right now, Vitor. Like, when I say bad, I mean bad. Like, look, I hate to do this, but flashbang warning. There's gonna be watch your eyes here. So look at Bitcoin searches. Right. Let's compare that to Pokemon.
Gang, gang.
Let's compare that to freaking Labubus.
Hashtag respect.
It's not good, guys. It's not good.
Hashtag respect. Bro, that's actually wild.
Yeah.
Shout out to my boy Pokemon.
Oh, Biddy.
Yeah. Kind of sad.
They're so late. By the time they show up, they're going to catch the very, very top.
I mean, it's great for us, yeah. Hard to feel bad. But I'm telling you, you get Bitcoin at the price you deserve. Everybody gets Bitcoin at the price they deserve to get it. Once you know about Bitcoin from that moment, ignorance is the only sort of excuse, right? You never heard of it. You don't know anything about it. But once you get orange pilled from that moment on, it's on you. Took the risk. You did it when it was scary. You dealt with the anxiety. You dealt with the stress. You deserve to get it cheaper. You waited till it was comfortable. You waited till all the institutions were in. You waited till everybody knows about it, till it felt safe. You waited till you heard about it on the news. And you deserve to pay $117,000 for Bitcoin.
That's the price of jumping on the bandwagon after it's already been on the road.
Yeah. And in the long run, you will probably still get a better entry than somebody else, right? It just depends on time.
Like every good Ponzi.
Yeah.
What's the volume like on ETH at the moment?
Doesn't look great, but it's the weekend, so you can't really judge it. You can't judge them too harshly for it.
Puff, puff, pass.
I'm still on COVID rules, bro. Ain't no passing.
Dude, puff puff, keep that to yourself.
So what we're looking for ETH, like we were talking about yesterday, is to come up above this 50, right? We want to have this. It's actually forming out a little better now. We want to have our higher low fractal here sort of play out and take us into that vector gap above. That'll bring us to the top of our flag, right? That'll be the next time that ETH is even sort of has the potential of a breakout. To bring us up into our vector and actually out. I'm not going to be a moon boy or anything, but this flag does deserve a measured move, right?
ETH is undervalued. I mean, let's go, you know?
Oh, you're gonna end up with 4K now?
3-2.
That's all.
Just this move. I mean, this is a 15-minute pattern.
with-
Like, what do you... Look, we just played out our W and hit our 3K that we were looking for. Right, we were struggling to get through this. So yeah, 3-3 looks nice. If she holds together. And problem is you're sitting on pretty large vector gap here. If we check 50% of this vector, I'm pretty sure that we have not satisfied that. So
The
close.
probability of getting a big breakout after the one we just had is like close to
Actually,
nil,
hold on.
no?
Let's go to the, let me see something. Go to the 4 hour. Yeah, this is how we should do it. Or top of the vector. Bottom of the. Oh boy. I don't know. It's pretty close. Another vector. That could be it, man. Tweezer bottomed on the 15-minute, right off of 50% of that vector. Possible.
Well, the highest point we need to hold is 2,880, or 2,880.
Yeah, you don't want to fall out of this.
I mean, we've said it so many times that ETH should get that breakout, right? To catch up, you know?
It will. It's a matter of time. That's all. In my opinion.
Today I
the
heard a
chart-
narrative about companies that are now buying ETH the way that MicroStrategy is buying Ethereum.
Yeah, so
Sure you
look,
guys are-
this is game. I'm already in position here. I'm hoping that this thing doesn't gap up, but it probably will. Game is one of the largest treasury companies, one of the first ones that is actually adding new Ethereum to the treasury, right? Instead of just Ethereum that they already own. Yeah, you would have been there. He was onto something. Just saying. So once they announced, obviously things went crazy, right? This thing, it's very MicroStrategy like. Like, look at its history here on the macro.
It's down 99%, bro.
Look at this shit. Right, so this is a rescue move for sure, right? This is like we're trying to rescue this company basically. They're trying to pull a MicroStrategy. It's Game Square is the name of the company. I just like to call it gonna acquire Mad Ethereum. They need to change it and just make it an acronym. But yeah, ever since they announced, obviously, nice little move coming down to clear that gap, right? Left a gap between those two wicks. Came down and cleared it.
It's
Looks
what, at
like
$1.80 right now?
$1.82. And it looks like so we look like we found that floor here. And for the most part, I mean, price literally just went flat at that support. You can't even see the candles because the line is covering them. You know what I mean?
Wow.
And then now we have that move up. So I think that might have been it.
Would you consider that a DJ move?
Yeah, I mean, yes and no. I believe it's at like 80 mil market cap, which is super low for legacy. But you either believe in Ethereum or not. For me, if ETH is gonna move, they're gonna go crazy. And right now we're early enough in this sort of crypto treasury company narrative where people are just throwing their money at it, right? It's like basically like playing alts on legacy.
Something I heard that was interesting was the fact that 30% of all the fees in crypto are Ethereum based. And the way that now with Circle launching in such a successful IPO, and how most of their memes or cryptos will be launched on Ethereum.
Yeah.
Ethereum is something to keep an eye on.
Yeah. I mean, you're talking about tokenized stocks coming on ETH.
There you go. Yeah.
You're talking about, you know, what they want to be almost $10 trillion worth of stablecoin transactions flowing through ETH pipes.
Yeah, that sounds juicy, man.
And then my other play on legacy right now is Circle.
Right.
Right. It's just trying to find its ground after IPO, right? Had a super successful IPO. Trying to build out a bottom here, right? We got our measured move from our W, we came down. We're trying to put the right side of this, trying to figure out where we end up.
That IPO like at $32, right?
Yeah, a little bit less, I think. That's 63 here, but I think there's an earlier one. Yeah, right through Robinhood too. Robinhood offered the IPO.
One thing to look at, Dbloc, put your eyes on ETH dominance, the ETH.D chart.
Mm-hmm.
With that low that it made with that lower low recently, it gives you room for concern, right? So the thing they're going to be watched for is when it does settle back, does it settle for a higher low from here? Because if you see the continuation, you look to the left, you see how big it could be to the downside.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. ETH Dom. I can't wait till the day where I'm gonna be glued to this the same way I'm glued to like Bitcoin Dom.
The same way, look at XRP Dom and look how it's trying to go into expansion. You know, you're looking at, you know, a total different image right there, right?
Yep.
I'm gonna have my hand out at about 13.3%, 13.4, somewhere in that ballpark. I'm gonna have my paws out. You can have all my XRP when it gets there.
What's it at right now?
4.4.
Launchcoin doing the Launchcoin thing again.
Which one?
Launchcoin. Launchcoin's a lot of fun to trade, bro.
Oh, dude, thank you so much for pulling this up.
If you look
I
at,
have
if
a
you
question
put
about this.
Launchcoin on a, if you put Launchcoin on a watch list and pay attention to it, it's always either at the top or the bottom. It's either 20% up or 20% down.
Good to
It's
trade.
so fun.
Yeah, it's great to trade, bro. There's no middle ground. Yo, this shit is either dumping or it's pumping.
That's
So
like your leverage.
it's a very good narrative as well too, and it's the first mover on the narrative.
I'm in a trade on Launchcoin from basically the lows. So I mean, I have a great entry. I mean, I'm just kind of wondering right here, right now, and not just this specific time and this specific coin. I just mean in general, like, what if you had a position like that? Like, what are your thoughts, in terms of this? Are you still kind of waiting for it to push up and holding on to it, or do you think that you'd make that position light? Or
I mean, you've been in it for how long?
well, I got in. Okay, well, yeah, right there, like 083. the
so
bottom
bottom
of
of
the
the
W, the
W.
invalidation. Yeah,
Okay, okay. Well, I mean, your measured move hasn't hit yet. If you took this trade based off of this pattern, your measured move hasn't hit yet. Right? Your measured move is 21.9.
Yeah.
Don't
I
get me
mean, I had
wrong.
it at 22
There's
right
been
there.
plenty of reasons that I've cut trades short of their measured move before, but you're pushing highs here. There's nothing. None of this tells me that you should get out any earlier than expected.
Yeah. We just broke a little higher on the daily, which is what you just
Yeah,
pointed at in the
stick to
4
the
hour.
plan, man.
Same difference.
Stick to the plan that caused you to take the
All right.
trade in the first place.
Appreciate it. Yeah.
And then have
Thank you.
invalidations, obviously, right? You need to have a point in the chart where, okay, I'm wrong. I'm gonna cut my losses.
Okay, so where would my invalidation be on this then? Because my measure move was also 22 cents. I'm not looking to get greedy here. It's just like what are my thoughts in terms of actually being in the right position, and then but it doesn't make the full measure move. Where am I looking for invalidation?
My
I see
invalidation
your
on
SR flip.
yeah,
Obviously.
my invalidation of this trend would be coming down underneath the 50
Okay.
on the
Okay, cool.
hourly. That would take you
Yeah,
down
because
to your actual. I mean, if you want to just take it back to first principles, right, and just draw your trend line, you've got a very clean trend line here, right? But
Right.
I wouldn't wait for it to get back there personally. Me, I would cut it if we got to the 50 and cut. We're close enough.
Okay. Yeah, I have buys set right there, but I'm thinking I didn't know if I should leave the buys and put my stop loss under the trend line basically, or if I should
Trade
have my
still looks
stop
good,
loss.
bro. You can scoot your stop loss up if you know what I mean. Move your stop loss way into profit, so you don't have to worry about it as much. But the only real decent place to move your stop loss at this point with this structure would be underneath this wick.
It's just it's I caught it so low kind of thing to where it's at now. It's just like the smallest change is a decent amount of money, so it's like, do I need to go ahead and cut this thing? But I got you. I appreciate that, man. Thank you.
Got it.
I mean, just looking at the 0.5 from the bottom to the top, and then back from the top to the recent low. I mean, you're between 1950 and 23. So you'd want confirmation above 1950 for continuation. Right.
All right, team. We started to set in our psychological ranges. Right. So from now till 3 o'clock in the morning, we'll be setting the range for the week. Market maker will attempt to bring the CME close within these psychological ranges within that time. Like I always tell you guys, it's an insurance policy on being able to close that CME gap if they're not able to do it now. Right? If you can bring the CME close within the psychological ranges, then that natural mean reversion to the psychological range during the week will close any gap that's left behind that they're not able to handle.
Man, you know what's been the wildest part about this run, this part of the move? This is the calmest that I've ever been.
Good.
Do something like this.
Oh, yeah.
It sure wasn't like that in 1819. It wasn't this smooth. We all struggling.
This is battle hardened, you know?
Oh,
We see 30% candles now.
okay, I see.
That's all you got.
CME gap set. Oh,
Psychological
bigger
range
gap.
coming in. Yep. I hope it gets to the point where y'all just hear me in your heads, where I don't even have to say it. You just hear that voice in your head.
I hear a lot of voices in my head.
As long as
That
they're
ain't
not
gonna
arguing
survive.
with each other, it's cool.
Yeah.
As long as they get along, you're good.
Oh dang. Oh yeah.
Yeah, you gotta handle
Launch
that.
coin. Oh wait, never mind. That's the one.
Sorry about that. Turn.
You're good, bro. I want to point out that we're just casually hanging out at $117,000 Bitcoin. If you guys are new, that
Kinda
probably
too
doesn't
old,
mean
doesn't it?
much, but if you've been here on this ride, just let that sink in for a second.
Remember when we were just fighting to reclaim $17,000? And now we're $100,000 on top of that. It's crazy.
Oh yeah, that's 17.5.
Wow.
16.9 also. The rounded bottom there.
Yeah, we were.
Why
you
am
know,
I afraid
post
of a Bart
FTX.
Simpson scenario here?
I mean, let's quantify the fear, right? Let's say that it happens.
But
You-
we're back at 110, yeah. It's 10% down actually.
112, 112 is all time high. Let's say you get the crazy Bart Simpson, which with the length of the head, right? You can determine the length of the drop. The wide, sort of long time-based accumulation, you can expect a bigger drop, right? Short accumulation, you probably expect a drop down to 114. We're still at 114. We just recovered the vector, cleared some liquidity. Like, what
That's
are we
the
even
year.
really talking about? You know what I mean? Dip? You call this a dip?
Yeah. Well, 10% down.
Remember, at all times, at any time, at any given time, Bitcoin can move $10,000 for no given reason, just off of its own strength. Right? Either up or down, no matter what your TA says at the time. So even that full $10,000 move would be 107K.
Yeah, and my alts are still down 70% since October. When Bitcoin was at what 70K or something, 80K.
Best move
Yeah,
I made.
unfortunately. Yeah.
Best move I made during this run, hands down. And I mean, even better than, getting in at low numbers on some of these shits. For me, best personal victory was taking all of my alts in December and moving them into Bitcoin. And then taking Bitcoin and moving them into AI agents right after Christmas. Riding that wave and then buying Bitcoin as it was going down. That shit, can't even tell you how that saved the portfolio. Because it would have been ugly. When we got up there, top of the Trump hype, I was about 35, 40 positions deep. On alts. You ever try to sell 40 positions at once while your alts are dropping 50% per day? It's not a fun feeling, bro. So
That's diversification.
that's what I was trying to avoid, right? I kind of saw it come in. I said, okay, chances are we're going to retrace here. We're going to have a liquidity sweep at some point. And the way dominance was looking as high as it was just told me that the alts would get hit a lot harder than Bitcoin. So I could have been 1,000% convinced and just went into stables. But to hedge against being wrong, I sat in Bitcoin. Bitcoin obviously took less of a hit. And then I made a bunch of Bitcoin off of those AI agents after Christmas. But the bills have also increased substantially since that time. So that shit just evens out, bro. I'll be completely honest with you. I gotta redo the entire AC system for the house. Bunch of shit popped up last minute. You know how life gets to life and all at once? It's got that little cute thing it does where it's like, hey, handle this, but handle all this at the same time.
Yeah, everything's due at once.
Yep.
It's like all the debt aligns.
Yep.
Yeah.
One by one.
So I
Solve
think
them one by one.
you think it's safe to say, or it's more safe to say that we've normalized $100,000 Bitcoin.
Oh yeah.
Now that we're
Yeah,
up here.
I'm gonna tell you how much we've normalized
Very
it.
comfortable.
We've normalized it so much that we don't celebrate $1,000 increments anymore.
Yeah.
We didn't celebrate 15
Yeah.
going to 16 or 16 going to 17. It wasn't until we got close to 20 that we were like, oh, you know. So it's
Yeah.
like, but when we were underneath
Taking 10K
100K,
chunks.
every single 1,000 was a party. Now we're just like,
Yeah.
talk to me when we, you know, we'll do it by tens or fives or something now, you know.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
The only thing that matters is percentages, right? Like we shouldn't care if Bitcoin is below or above 100 or 110 and all that.
Yeah.
Just
Psychological though.
percentages.
It's real.
Yeah.
The day after we came up to 118 or whatever. And I went to sleep that night and I woke up and I was looking at the chart. I was doing the TA and all that, but I hadn't looked at the price line yet. And I looked at the price line and I got that like, oh shit. Like I knew we were here, right? I was here for it when it happened. But seeing that 117 is still crazy to me, bro.
Yep. It's
So,
a 7% pump.
That 150 is gonna look even nicer.
You know, it's only 7%.
Bitcoin's.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We have a new all-time high,
Bitcoin's all.
7% higher. That's so interesting.
Bitcoin's all-time high target's interesting to think about, but then what I find more interesting, or what I'm more
feel like
curious
a
about,
lot
is
of people are gonna get
where the
flipped
bear
and
market
always
low is going to be.
they all want it to hit like the all-time high to the retest it to the pin.
Why we can't hear you? Oh, there you go. All right. What were you saying, Rick? The all-time high what?
Yeah, so like, yeah, the all-time high would be, great to like find out what that's going to be. Like, I'm kind of excited to find out where that hits eventually, but I'm kind of more excited to see where the bear market bottoms out. Like, what kind of price of Bitcoin can I buy?
Well, let's
Like
see.
like how cheap can we get it?
So check it
The
out.
old, I mean, the bull
Let's
market
30K.
last time was 69K, right?
look. Let's run through it,
The
right?
old bull market.
Let me get all this shit off of the
Yeah.
chart. Look at my screen for a second. So this has been our beautiful little. I mean, they literally walked this shit up for us during this bull run. I don't think we'll ever see such a like structurally sound
Yeah. It's
bull
like a
run as we've
staircase.
seen. I mean, and it's just literally they just ran the same pattern over and over. Pump, consolidate, liquidity sweep, bull flag. Pump, consolidate, liquidity sweep, bull flag.
Yep.
But so let's look, right? So time wise, we know October, November will be our tops by time based, right? Just doing it time based analysis. Let's assume, for argument's sake, that we get to 150. That's our top.
Yep.
That's the bottom of our blow off top that fails. Traditional bull market retracement was 85% before this bear market retracement. 85% was the typical expected retracement during a bear market. That would take us down to 21. That's not going to happen. We got front run by institutions. Our job now is to figure out how much. We got 77% during this run. That's how much dropped. My job when I look at it is to figure out how much of that was front running and how much of that was diminishing returns. Was it all diminished returns? Was it half diminished returns, half front running? We've gone from 95% retracement to 93% retracement to 86% retracement. Right? Those have been sort of the diminishing returns. So I would say diminishing returns should have taken us somewhere to like maybe 80%. And then that extra 4% or that extra 3% was us getting front run by institutions because of the ETF. But let's assume it was all diminished returns. Screw it. Let's assume we didn't get front run at all, and our diminishing returns to the bottom was from 85% to 77. So let's run that forward, right? And let's be conservative about it. Let's say we only get 65% retracement. That's a massive diminished return, right, to the bottom. That would still take us to 51K. If we got more like a 70%, that would take us to 44. Now, if we happen to go higher, and let's say we got to 200K, then a 70% retracement would take us to 60, and a 65% retracement would take us to 69. One thing that's interesting to me about the 69 number is that there's a weird metric in bull markets where the bear market has never gone below where the president was elected at. The president was elected at 69.8K. So if we do only go to 150 and we get this retracement, we'll be breaking that metric. For me, it's not one of the more important ones. I think if any metric's going to break, it's going to be that, because it's just a function of when presidents are elected, right? But we've never seen it happen. Price has never gone down underneath where the president was elected, which is why people go so hard at the elections, just because statistically we never see those numbers again, for the most part, or we never go underneath those numbers again. So a lot of it's going to have to do with where we end up, right? Once we top out, we'll sort of have a better idea. But for the most part, it seems like it would be between 69K and 49K would be our bottom during the next bear market. And that would be time-wise, that would be between honestly, it's less than that, between August and November 2026. Time-wise, just strictly time-based.
Yeah, that sounds, yeah.
So basically expecting to hold COVID all-time highs during the next bear. It's funny because we just did that retest successfully. So
And then throwing in like what the economy's doing, like, we don't know what, like we don't know what's around the corner, like a year down the track, 2 years. All
Yeah.
sorts of things can happen.
Yes, and those. My top target, so it was 125 no matter who gets elected, right? And then 150 if we get the Bitcoin strategic reserve, and then 175 to 200 if the US officially starts to buy Bitcoin and put it in that reserve. Like, not just move seized Bitcoin, but if they actually pass a bill where we start to buy Bitcoin, then I'm looking at like 175, 200K. But yeah, 125 would have been if whoever got elected, excuse me, and if we didn't get a Bitcoin strategic reserve. I think we still got to 125, no problem.
Are you sure about the 2026 May thing with the midterms in November?
I'm going off of just time, right? So if we play it based strictly off time, which I do just because the fractals are so perfect, yeah, it would be at the end of the year 2026. October, November, December. I have a hard, fast rule during bear markets on my birthday, October 24th, by anybody who's been here for the longest is tired of hearing me saying this. October 24th during bear market years are pretty powerful. I actually have a chart with my birthday marked on every damn, and obviously it doesn't have anything to do with my birthday. It just has to do with that's usually the start of the global liquidity cycle.
I mean, my birthday is a week before yours, so.
There you go. Nice. We both got bullish birthdays then.
And I'm early November birthday, so we're Q4 babies. I like it.
We are the profitable quarter.
The party
I'm in
quarter.
October too.
Nice. Hell yeah.
Hey.
Well, good. Then it won't be hard to remember. Interesting, because October seems,
Turbo's in
if everything
September.
plays out the way I'm looking, I'm thinking October will probably be where we get our blow off top that takes us to the top of all of this too. So
Yeah, but there's gonna be some trickery, no?
all right, we hit our measured move on our smaller W, right? So we can get rid of that. Now it's all about holding together our larger structure here. So our W invalidation comes down to this point, 116. My bad. Go ahead, Zusi.
No, nothing. We couldn't put on the low, so we might want to do that. No, just. Oh, maybe tomorrow.
I'll be right back.
A little bit of a rewind. Little bit. Like that little psychological low calculating line coming in that you got there on your chart. Stylo.
Who just opened a huge short that funding rates aren't 0.01 anymore?
What are they?
0.008.
Zooming out on Bitcoin, like on the hourly chart, and seeing how we're just hanging up here is so impressive. Like, we haven't given much back really off the high, at least yet.
Next week, maybe we'll give back something. No, I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, pump it for the weekend. Go sideways during the weekend, and then maybe pump it again next week, or dump it next week. So it's cooling off indicators, right? By just going sideways. Just looking at my RSI on the hourly, right? It's like SR flip on RSI going on. We now don't want to drop below 55 anymore.
I'm back.
It's funny because alts who performed less good yesterday are performing better right now. It seems stuff like
Taking turns.
yeah, exactly. So it's got nothing to do about the narrative or
You're seeing money cycle. You're seeing traders
yeah,
play the game that's been most successful, which is trading what's hot, taking profit, moving on to the
moving
next.
to something that hasn't
The
pumped
cycle
yet.
plays. Tonka, yeah, damn, you held on. Yeah, it was kind of rough holding on to the AI agents, man. You really had to, similar to what we were just talking about, right? What was rewarded the most was trading, getting out, taking profits. What I've done personally for my AI agent portfolio right now is I was heavy virtuals. So I took that little virtuals run on the way up. Now I'm planning on taking some of those virtuals profits and then rolling them in to some of the stronger AI agents. JC, you got an open mic though.
Why does no one have targets around 300, 350K on Bitcoin? Damn it.
Well, because math.
Wow,
Basically.
what's wrong with the math?
I mean, unless you want to take us up to 20 trill market cap.
It doesn't matter. It's not liquid. Nobody can exit. Like, it literally doesn't matter. We'll be at zero way before a few $1 billion come out. Don't worry about that market cap. It's really not important. we can virtually beat gold while being much less liquid.
The money
I mean,
has
look
to
at what
come in
Elon
though.
did last time, right? Elon did his test. He's like, all right, let's test how much we can sell here. He did like a 50% drop on Bitcoin, right? No, actually, no, it was like 20%. No, I forgot the number.
It sucks that we're gonna have to say goodbye to the USDT USDC dominance chart here in a while. This might be the last cycle where we can get any sort of actionable information out of those charts. The amount of money that's about to move through stables that isn't going to be directly correlated to crypto, right? That'll just be on stable rails for either staking or buying or, you know, whatever, just moving money back and forth. That dominance isn't going to mean what it used to. Gonna kind of screw that up. We'll be able to figure out to what percentage. We'll still be able. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it.
I mean,
Do
but
we know when that's going to happen?
based on what you said, Dbloc, that means legacy markets are those guys are already get like with the ETF and all. So then won't it become more stable? Even Bitcoin 65% down.
I'm sorry. What?
I mean, based on the stable coins
Mhm.
coming in, legacy ETFs and everybody coming in, will we still have that kind of a drop, 65%?
I mean, like I said, all those, you know, stables are coming in to replace sort of the digital dollars that are floating around on Visa rails right now, right? Banking rails and all of that. Stables with banks having their own stables with USDT, and things like PayPal USD, right, being used on Shopify, and like there's going to be a lot of money that comes in. Our total market cap is going to go up, but a lot of that's going to go to stables, right? Stablecoin dominance is going to rise by a lot. But that doesn't, we used to watch that rise and drop and be able to be like, okay, well, people are moving out of crypto or moving out of alts into stables, or, you know, we played counter it. But now it's going to be kind of hard, right? Because it's not going to mean the same thing that it used to mean. It'll mean there's plenty of more money on chain, which, yeah, facilitates that coming into crypto, but it doesn't necessarily mean it's going to. It's going to be great for chains, right? It's going to be great for chains that have the most stablecoin volume, which is why I'm invested so heavily in ETH.
Won't this stablecoin business affect the cryptocurrency market because most of them are used as transactions like currencies in that sense?
Yeah, I mean, it like I said, it'll affect it by bringing more money on chain. Like right now, our crypto's sort of limited to how much all the money on chain can push if it all went into one thing, right? The absolute most Bitcoin could push right now without any new money coming in is if all the money on chain was to move into Bitcoin. With more money on chain, it does open ease of use, right? It opens sort of pipelines for that money to eventually come into Bitcoin, come into crypto. But it doesn't mean it has to, right? When you decide that you want to send, like if somebody wants to send their family in New Zealand a bunch of money and they do it over crypto rails and they buy stables, do it with because it's the cheapest and the fastest, that doesn't affect our crypto prices. Where before, when we would see that, where we would see USDT dominance rising, we would take profits because we knew that, you know what I mean, there was going to be a downturn in crypto. So it's just the predictive nature, basically, of the USDT dominance, USDC dominance chart is going to be kind of diminished by all this. I think it's a net positive, though, right? More money on chain, period. And then eventually people will, people will see what we see and see that it's worth putting their money in Bitcoin, putting their money in crypto staking, putting their money through DeFi, right? Some money coming out of the banks, coming onto crypto rails. Or now even the money in the bank is on crypto rails, right? At this point.
Is it already happening?
Yeah. Slowly but surely. I mean, everything's passed. It's going to take time to implement, and it's obviously going to take time for that amount of money to come in. But you hear some of these senators talk, and they're like, they think it's the best thing under the sun because if they can get $10 trillion into the stablecoin market and USDC and USDT are taking a percentage of their revenue and buying US bonds, then that makes them the #1 and #2 bondholders. So you've just basically insured your debt payments, you know what I mean, on the debt for the next 20, 30 years. The win-win.
Power of the dollar, will that be affected by all that?
Yeah, it ensures dollar dominance for at least 20 to 30 years, right? Because if all the crypto is denominated in dollars, right, and the stable coins themselves are denominated in dollars, then what it does is it's a de facto petrodollar, right? So now the dominance of the dollar has been held up by the petrodollar, by the fact that if you buy oil, you buy gas, you have to do it in US dollars. That'll change the crypto now. If this is the new golden standard asset or whatever, then having it priced in your nation's currency ensures the dominance of that nation's currency for the foreseeable future. That was always my argument, that stable coins weren't here to replace the dollar. They would actually give it a use case, right? They would fix all the problems that the dollar has. Now, if you sit in stables for 10 years, you're still getting debased, right? So we know that stables aren't the answer, but it just facilitates adoption. I'll be right back. Give me a second. Yeah, you know how that is, Tonka. Shooters are going to shoot. Just make sure that if you're playing with it, you're not hesitating to take profits. You know, on these lower cap, there's not many of these lower caps that have been holding those moves once they pump. So, which is cool, right? It just means that you have a good excuse to pull profits early. Well, on the 14th we go. On the 14th we flip ISO, so that's important, right? You got to look at all your ISO coins. There's also been plenty of coins that have gone ISO compliant that weren't on the original list. Ethereum, Solana, ADA, I believe. I'll get a full list. I'll get a full list. Yeah, Quant, XRP, XLM. Algo I don't really like, man. Algo's, I don't know. I saw an interview with the CEO of Algo and they asked him about ISO and they looked confused. Like they didn't know what the hell was going on. That kind of threw me off. basically a messaging standard. For guys that don't know, right? In 2020, the 9 major countries got together and they agreed on a cross-border messaging standard for cryptos, ISO 222. So that goes live on the 14th. It's also very easy for existing cryptos to go ISO, by the way. Right? So they really sold it before, like every other crypto is gonna be dead when that's not true. It's very easy to get compliant, and more cryptos are starting to do it now. But there are some front runners. I don't know. At this point, high key, I'm kind of hoping we don't, bro. I'm kind of hoping what they do is somewhere around September, they announce that they're ending QT completely, right? And then we go into a pause until the bottom of the bear market, bro. Like, let's just go for a year where we're not in QT or QE, right? Because there is a gap between, like, one doesn't start immediately after the other. Let's go through a nice stretch, and then let's start QE at the bottom of the next bear market. If I could push the buttons and make it happen, that's how I would do it. But we'll still get a pump from QT ending.
A bear market can it create deflation though if everybody is selling, buying fiat? You know, things are getting cheaper. It means commodities, stocks, securities, everything is getting cheaper.
It depends on how people act, right? If people hoard cash, then it could be recessionary, right?
And deflationary, right?
Yeah.
And that would force Powell to, well, he would then aggressively cut.
He would have had to start
what
cutting
we
by
said.
then. I mean, it's September, in my opinion, is when we get our cut.
But he said there'd be 2 cuts in 25, right? I guess, yeah, he'll do a small one in September, probably. Then another one in December.
Is the September cut already factored in?
Yeah. Well, yeah, we made new all-time highs on every chart, so yeah.
Yeah, if we take a look at let's take a look at our numbers here. Fed watch, flashbang alert. Careful, federal government is I don't know what they're doing with their life, but no dark mode from the federal government. All right, so chances in July have not gotten any better. September, oh man, it's looking worse actually. 57% of chance of a 0.2, 3% chance of a 0.5, almost 40% chance that we stay the same. And then October,
Wow.
even October doesn't look great. It looks better. You know, we're at 70 something percent, but in December. Yeah. I'm looking for 2. Maybe September, December. September, December, or September, October.
It's what he said in 2024, right? That there'd be 2 cuts in 25. And
Yeah, but we
haven't
just
seen
don't listen to him.
them.
Yeah. What I don't want to happen and what I think is going to be kind of bad, and so it's where it gets sketchy, right? Because there's 4 cuts left. So there's 4 chances for cuts left till December. Yeah, July, September, October, December, right? If there's going to be 2 cuts, like let's just assume that he was right and there's going to be 2 cuts. If we do
September and December.
if we do September and December, what happens in October when we don't get a cut? Because you know damn well there's going to be a cut priced in. Once we start cutting, the market's going to price in cuts from here until Valhalla. So like what kind of sentiment hit do we get when we're expecting a cut and we just get a pause? So then I pose the question then, what do you think would be better? If we are only going to get 2, do you think it would be better to just get October and December? That way there's no pause? Or do we take the risk of doing September, December, and then risking a big drawdown in October because of sentiment. Catchy.
I'd risk a drawdown, but even with 2 cuts in 25, if it's a quarter point each, you're still looking at 4% interest rates, while inflation is at 2 or 2, roughly. So European inflation and European rates would still be twice less. So you could, you wouldn't expect a shift of trend on Dixie, even with these cuts. Well, especially because of the cuts. Actually, it would accelerate Dixie down, even cutting right now, which is why it's the worst thing to. I really feel like it would be a huge mistake to cut rates. Looking at our charts, it's all fine like this. Just do nothing. You're gonna break something by cutting your rates. I'm probably wrong, but for me, it would be a mistake to cut. Yeah. And it's what he says too, right? He says that it's fine like this because he has a lot of leverage for future. If there's a crisis, well, he has this tool available to quickly go back to 0% interest rates, right? I don't know if World War III really starts, or if like something bad happens, then yeah, the Fed is in good position to aggressively cut and do a soft landing where the stock market would maybe only drop 30-40% and nothing more.
He wants to save the big guns.
Yeah. And so even if he cuts twice this year, you still have interest rates around 4%, right? So it's not like he doesn't have a lot of room to further cut and do a soft landing in case something bad happens in 26. So I think it's a good plan that he just sticks to his plan, which is to cut twice in 2025. He still hasn't in July, so yeah, pick 2 months. Yeah, my picks would be September and December.
I'm good with that. I'll take some profits, and I'll take some profits going into that second cut. If we get a cut in September, I have to assume that we're not going to get one in October. It's what it's going to come down to, really, right? Is how he sounds at that press conference.
But if you have a downtrend in August and in September, if the markets are red a bit at the back-to-school season, then cutting kind of starts to make sense because it's to try to reverse it up, right? But if things are pushing in price discovery again in September and we're like pumping like hell, well, cutting could like probably make us go down. Actually, it's all about context, right? Like if you're during a downtrend, a cut would be welcome to try to reverse it upward. During an uptrend, what can a cut achieve? Make us go up even more? Right? Probably not, right?
Bargon, you got an open mic.
Somebody's turning into a vampire.
And the difference between European rates and American rates is also interesting, right? Like there's a big difference now.
Yeah, I'll take a look at gun. What gun is? Still hasn't put in a convincing bottom here, right? We're looking for this right side. Be happy if this looked less bearish, but it doesn't.
Back to 20.
What happened? This is our
Repeat at 20.
This is the fractal we're working on here, right? So it's about where does it come down to? 2 possible retracement positions. One would be that SR flip.
30.
Second would be this SR flip. Or it could have held right here. Right? The support. So that's what we're waiting to see now. Does this support hold? If it doesn't, we're looking to come down to this SR. If that doesn't, then we're looking for this one. I've already started to put profits back in from the last move. But I'm in DCA mode, right? So if it goes down, I'm cool. Doesn't look like it's found the bottom yet for me.
Yeah, at least that chart is going down, so you can DCA, right?
Yeah. Yeah. All right, I gotta go to the gym, y'all, because I feel like shit after that food. But when I come back, we'll look at some more alts. You guys around, we'll dig in.
Yo, anytime you eat something bad like that, bromelain and dandelion. I know we talked about this before.
Oh no,
Dandelion root.
my stomach's fine. My body just feels like shit because I know it was trash
Right.
food. You know what I mean?
So,
So it's
the
like,
body uses energy to either digest or other things, and it'll help digest it. So not so much that you feel bad, but it just helps digest, and therefore you retain more of your energy for your workout.
Upper How body, lower about body. big ball of shredded wheat?
push day.
I'll suck it up.
Hell
I'll
yeah,
suck
dude.
up that grease. You can duke it out.
Oh yeah, Mr. Moon, I accept all the vibes. All the good vibes I can get.
You don't like to be told what to do, huh?
What was Friday's close on Bitcoin? Was it like 17.5, I think? What?
I see you, everybody.
All right, buddy.
You out of here, Zusi?
Peace.
And just like that, he was gone.
He's on a boat. With a paddle. Going under a bridge. Well, you think your W is going to hold?
I don't know, but that shit is set automatically, so whatever happens, happens at this point. I know one thing for sure, I won't be checking it at the gym. I'm lying. I probably will be checking it.
I was talking to a friend over at dinner last night, and he was interested in the market, and he was just asking, so where do you think this is going again? And I kept asking.
Your mic is low again, Ghost.
I'm not sure. It can go here, it can go there. I'm not sure. And he was like, "So what do you know?" And I realized I told him like, "Oh, it is actually part of trading that to admit yourself that you actually don't know where things are gonna go. What you have are just different scenarios that it can go to." He was like, "That's
You're
different."
whispering.
Yeah, your mic is
Oh,
super
sorry.
low, Ghost.
I had my elbow on the mic. I'm so sorry.
You're good.
You mean you don't know where the market's going exactly?
I mean, you have what you call you have your targets, right? Like, because the guy's a
Dude,
lawyer,
what a
right?
noob. What a noob. Get this guy out of here.
But it's one of the industries where not actually knowing for sure is actually part of the skill.
So was he stoked after the
But
conversation?
I think the most
He liked
important part
targets. He
is
liked
having
bullish targets. Then
being
I would tell him about the bear cycle, and he was like, "Why would it do that?" I think that's one of the. But aside from that, he was pretty happy about where we came from just a year and a half ago, a 15K, and where we are now.
I think the most important thing is to be able to be humble enough to admit that you don't know and that you could be wrong and
Yeah,
have a plan for if you are wrong.
yeah. And it's
Like if you
actually
don't have a
okay.
plan for if you
Actually
are wrong,
okay if you are wrong. Yeah,
it's most
it's
important to have a plan for if you are wrong. And like most traders, some of the best traders in the world are wrong more often than they're right. Some of the best traders in the world are only right like 3 out of 10 times, like 30% of the time or whatever. But that makes the good trades they make up for it. Like that's how powerful
yeah,
it can be to understand when you're wrong and to just take action. Whether you're right or wrong, take action. Know what action to take, and don't be afraid of making it. Don't hesitate to take that action.
yeah. It
Yeah.
was interesting.
I
It's
was
like
only right
talking to some
30% of the
layman.
time. I would go put some fries in a bag or something, bro. That shit would drive me crazy.
Like when Dbloc says, "I don't know, but this is where I drew it, and let's hope it holds and doesn't invalidate."
You need a thesis,
When he
man.
says that, I understand right away what that means. But like, imagine a layman person. He wants surety. He wants something like a 1 + 1 = 2. There's always a one result. In our game, there's so many different things that can happen at this moment. Dbloc mentioned it a while ago. Like, Bitcoin can just go like 10K upwards for no apparent reason.
Yeah, I mean
I
the
think
thing
most
is
people
like
like
you could be
sit
right.
around.
You can like you can be wrong, okay? You can increase your chances of being right if you're more calculated and more cautious, like more so if you're more calculated about your entries, then you can be right more often, but you kind of can't take as many chances in that aspect.
But
But
I
the
I
first thing you
understand
have to
you.
do,
Yeah, I
like
understand you. It's more of explaining what you just said to someone
yeah, most
who
people don't understand that the first thing you have to do is admit and be okay with the fact that you're going to be wrong sometimes and that sometimes you're going to lose money. That's part of trading. If you want to be a
that's gotta
successful
suck for
trader,
him.
you have to be able to admit that.
It's gotta suck for him. He's a politician and a lawyer, and for them,
Well,
being
there's
wrong is not an acceptable trait.
different plays, like long term and short term, kind of too.
Yeah, I mean, like he's into TradFi, so he understands the long term. And what he doesn't get is the technical part. Like what we do is technical analysis, right? What he does is he buys gold and just holds.
It's how you measure wrong and right
I
too,
mean,
right? Like you guys personally, honestly, be honest. I know you know what the right answer is, but be honest. When you hit a stop loss, you consider that a loss or a win?
A win.
A dub.
Because I've lost so
it's a
much.
win. It's a win if you followed your plan. If you didn't follow your plan, then it's a loss. But if you followed your plan, it's a win.
Oh yeah,
Hitting your stop loss should always be considered a W. Right? That's like getting in a car accident and getting upset because your seatbelt kicked in. Oh, I didn't hit the window. I'm just gonna hit the window next time. I feel like I would have been better off if I just flew through this front windshield.
Safety net.
So you can very easily bring your win percentage up above 60% with a small amount of tools, right? I don't like the mash sort of shotgun sort of strategy where it's like, well, I'll take 20 trades and the 4 that win will make up for it. Although I know that it's true, and I know a lot of traders trade like that, usually leverage traders. But I just feel like if you concentrate on your win percentage, right? Just calculate your win percentage and focus on getting that higher. The money is basically a side effect of that. Money will just come. But what it'll do is it'll force you to trade different, right? Because when your W comes from the win percentage, not from the dollar amount, you're taking profit way earlier. You're definitely cutting your losses before they turn into losses, right? Once you start playing that game, it's almost automatic to move your stop losses into profit. You get what I mean? So that it doesn't count as a L. That's it. Don't worry how much money I bet. Did that count as a L or was that a W? And then eventually you'll get your win percentage up to a suitable sort of number. And if you stick to those rules, every time you get a loss, it's one loss closer to a win. Because you know out of 10 trades, you only lose 2. Only 2 of them get away where maybe you set your stop loss too low or, you know, something went wrong, whatever. I lost 1, cool. Let's see if we can get another loss here. Let's get both of them out the way. We can get to the winning part of this day.
If as the losses are okay as long as they are manageable. You want your losses keep your losses small and your wins big. The losses are okay as long as they're manageable. When you take a bigger risk and a bigger loss, or your stop loss is not where it's supposed to be, you take a bigger loss than you wanted to, and you didn't follow your plan, then that loss becomes unmanageable, and then you start revenge trading, and then
Yeah, you
that's when you
can't
start getting
listen. You
wrecked.
can't slam through the windshield 7 times a day. Hitting your seatbelt and getting a little bruise on your chest or something, you know, it's different. But you can't go through the windshield 7 times a day. You're not going to be here to trade the next day.
Yeah, psychology and risk management are the two most important but two most difficult parts of trading to master. But they're essential if you want to be successful.
And knowing when to take profits and get out on a leverage trade.
Yeah, they do, Mr.
Yeah, I
Moon, but
still
that's just
make
lazy trading to me, bro. I understand that, right? Most Wall Street traders do have very small percentage win rate. If you can guarantee 35% month over month, you could probably go and sit down at any firm. But for me, that's lazy trading. You can do way better than that. They're just happy doing that because they're outdoing everybody else in legacy.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, good
I still
good
make
risk
the
management.
I still make some of the same mistakes that I've made before that have sent me down a bad path, because bad habits are hard to shake, right? You have to replace them with good habits, which takes a while. But here's the thing, every time I realize that I've made a mistake, I remember how much it hurts, and then I make a note of it. And I say, hey, listen, here's what I did wrong with this trade. I backtrack the trade. I say, I don't dwell on the bad trade because I want to put that energy towards focusing on the new trade. But I don't let it I don't let the bad trade change my decision making when it comes to the next trade. Other than the idea where it's like I go and I backtrack the trade, I say, what did I do wrong with this trade that caused it to be so bad? And what could I have done better? And next, how do I do that next time? How do I make sure that I do that next time? So I'll go back, I'll be like, listen, this is where I screwed up. I got to avoid doing that and make sure that I don't do that again. And then that can help, increase your win percentage too, or at least keep your losses more manageable.
Yeah. Mr. Moon. Yeah, I mean, I guess it is kind of counterintuitive. But stop losses and profit are what guarantee you good win percentages. You're not worried about the percentage that you get to the top side, because I know what people worry about. Right? People worry about coming down, getting stopped out, and then price continues to move. What you're worried about is your actual win percentage. Right? And the rules that you develop focusing on a good win percentage usually develop really good risk management rules. That's just a good sort of base to work off of. A lot of this shit is really individual, man. That's why trading journals are good. But even if you don't have a trading journal, just some introspection, you know what I mean? Like sit there and try to figure out how many losses in a row am I cool with? Like one loss, cool, I shake it off. 2 losses. For me, I could tell you 4 losses in a row and I start to feel some sort of way. That's like my number. 4 losses in a row and I'm like, I need a backup off of this shit. Like I'm off a kilter. I'm not on you know what I mean? I'm not on rhythm. I need a backup. For some people, after 2 losses, they get like that. Some people after 1 loss, bro. Some people take 1 loss and they're on tilt. So I think it's really different for each person.
For sure. It's also time. Like you really have to put time into doing this, doing what we're doing. It can't be just like a weekend hobby. You have to see the pitfalls, experience it, see the different scenarios that happen in the market, how it affects you, how it affects your bag, how it affects everybody else.
Bro, your elbow is on your mic again or something.
Oh, I swear to God.
I heard you say, I swear to God, but just barely. I mean, I didn't want to just let
Yeah, I'm
you keep
spending Sunday
cooking and
morning
not
on
be
the
able to hear
sofa
you, you know?
with with the laptop on the table. I was like, what a dumbass. Yeah, it's one of those weekends, Dbloc. I'm just staying up, making sure everything goes
Yeah, no, I hear you.
what I hope. What I hope it would do. But I'm happy. A lot of the big caps are very near the 800 on the 15. Like, very near. They're just like an arm's length away. Some of them are actually already there, so I'm pretty bullish on a few already. I'm just waiting for Bitcoin to. I like what you said about what would happen on that Asia handoff on Monday. That's a good scenario.
Yeah, we'll see, man. We need a couple more
That
hours
would
to have
happen
that
first
sorted
on
out.
Sunday,
What happened?
and then we go below the gap. Like, what's your timeline on the gap?
What do you mean on to get this vector gap here?
Oh no, sorry. The gap, CME gap, on Monday. Asia handoff.
Oh, I mean, I don't know. I mean, hopefully we can stay around it so we don't have to come back to it. But seeming as I'm sort of looking for a false move up, it really wouldn't matter too much. Right?
Yeah, false move up.
I kind of want to go through this. You see how our liquidity is all the way down now, right? All the way inside of our weekend trap. So the way it's sort of playing out is if, so let's see, let's say the small bull flag plays out. That'll give us the breakout of our W pattern, put us into this sort of, you know, if we can get through here slowly and sort of do this tonight going until tomorrow, then that move through this liquidity could give us that false move. In other words, I don't want to waste this gas. So I want to go up into this as slowly as possible so that when we do get here, we're at the right place timing wise to have this move, and then we can get some good profit taking sort of going on around old all-time highs, maybe a new all-time high. And then what that'll do is when Monday opens, it leaves a CME gap below us. And then that 3-day retracement will just naturally fill that CME gap. You get what I mean?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
That's just future tripping, right? That's just like if, you know, I could snap my fingers and make something happen. All right, I'm going to go to the gym, y'all, because I'm running on half speed right now. You can only trust like a quarter of what I'm saying. Got to go sweat some of these toxins out.
You ever use AI as your as like your gym partner or whatever? It's awesome, bro. It tells like it reminds you, you know, it tells you when it's time to stop resting, what
That's
compound
funny.
exercises to do. Phenomenal.
That's cool.
My girlfriend does all that. I don't need my girlfriend at the gym.
The gym is one of the few times that I really listen to music. So I just like blast tunes and push metal.
So you go to the gym with your girlfriend?
Huh? No.
He said, "Nope, I don't want those type of problems."
Yeah. I was saying, if your AI is the, if you bring your AI with you, it tells you what to do, a bunch of stuff. It reminds you of things that you got to do at the gym. I'd rather not.
All right, I'll be back, y'all.
Sometimes
That
when
would
I'm
work
doing
out.
when I'm preparing for a tournament, like so for a jiu-jitsu tournament, so when I go to the gym just to like gain some muscle and gain some mass for the tourney. Sometimes I just need that quiet, separation from everything else, all the noise.
Yeah. I tried it for the first time, and for some reason it was great because it broke down
But
my
you
meal.
tell it what you're doing, and then it reminds you what you're supposed to be doing.
I just asked. I said, "Listen, I told him, I need to gain 3 pounds of muscle in the next 2 weeks." And
Okay.
so it's did a whole list of compound exercises. Told her my weight and my height. 5'11 3/4. She's like, all right, you're trying to gain whatever. So she gave me a diet with enough grams of protein and everything, which I already knew, but I was just testing it and playing with it because since AI is so yesterday, like you need to know yesterday. Uh, I'm trying to just test it out in all fields to see what I come up with in regards to how advanced it's gone.
It didn't push TRT on you, did it? It's crazy how many people are doing it now. I mean, I don't mess with it, but I know it's a big
TRT
thing.
or TRX?
Yeah, TRT.
What's TRT? What's the difference between that and TRX?
Well, supposedly a doctor's monitoring your levels, and then depending on, I guess, what you and him are trying to shoot for, they just juice you up.
It's testosterone replacement. Get away, stay away from that shit unless you really need it. That shit will shut down your body's natural ability to create testosterone, and then you're screwed. So if you try to get into that shit too early, wait till you need it, right? You'll need it when you're older, 65 and shit, feeling sluggish. You want that shit to be able to work when you need it. Yeah, just keep beef
Yeah.
and work out, bro.
Totally.
I'll be back.
But a lot of people are doing it. I don't agree with it, but I know some people that are doing it, but I don't mess with it. So just my advice is not to.
Yeah, it's once you prevent your body to be able to create the hormones it needs naturally, It's like dopamine. If you're so used to eating sugars and the foods that you like, you need to be able to process dopamine. How can I explain this? Like,
All right. Well, while you're working on it, I want to jump in with this. Don't do TRT because of what Dbloc said. If you feel like you need a little bit of extra help and you want to increase your testosterone naturally, all you really need is vitamin D, ashwagandha,
oh yeah,
KSM
for sure.
66,
Yes,
tribulus
I agree with
terrestris,
vitamin D. Amen.
and D-aspartic acid.
So I'm doing
Hey, say
Asian
that list
roots.
again because I'm gonna write that down.
It's
Asian.
vitamin D, ashwagandha, KSM 66, tribulus terrestris is a herb, so is ashwagandha. Ashwagandha is a root, but
Yeah, ashwagandha is
and then the fourth thing is D-aspartic acid. It's a
oh yeah, that's one of the new ones that I've been hearing.
it's an amino
So
acid.
what I have, my formula, what I have is it's called Rogen. It's a local supplement here. It's royal jelly. Um, what's that? Korean ginseng. It's this ginseng from Korea. Royal
Red Pan X
jelly.
Korean ginseng.
No, not that. It's not. I look at the thing again. Vitamin D, lion's mane, ashwagandha. Yeah, dude. When I take that and I go train, it's
Do any
Hulk
of you guys
smash.
take this? Do any of you guys
Hulk
take your
smash.
stuff like consistently,
Yeah, yeah,
like
yeah.
daily?
Every
Daily?
day.
Because it's not exaggerated how it feels. It's not aggressive. It's not like um, it's not like the others that take uh steroids and all that. You really feel the intensity.
No, no. I
Like,
take a lot of minerals, but I haven't taken like the what did you say it
oh,
was?
these are naturally occurring. These are naturally occurring.
D-aspartic
So,
acid. I never
that
heard
one
of.
I have never tried yet, but the ones that I have on my
ASM
pellet.
66. I never heard of before either. And tribulus, I have taken in the past.
Royal jelly, Korean ginseng.
Royal jelly, actually, yeah. And Rwanda definitely,
Those
lion's mane
things.
definitely. I
Hulk
take all the
smash.
regular stuff like open doses of like zinc, selenium, DB, natural minerals like that. I'm 53, man, and
What does the
I
disparic acid do? I've heard of it, but I don't really know why it's a good addition
never
to
heard
what
of
you're.
that.
It's amino acid. It just helps your body to
Okay.
produce more of its own more of its own testosterone naturally.
Yeah, take a daily vitamin and fish oil,
Gut health.
and then you can make smoothies with all kinds of good stuff in them too.
I'm kind of reluctant to take in fish oil that's not like wild. You know what I mean? It's like
Yeah, that's the hard part being in the US. You guys don't eat like seafood a lot, do you? Here it's like
I eat
eat seafood
salmon a
once
few
a day.
times. But,
Yeah,
oh yeah, that's
we got
awesome.
yeah, we got because we're my country has 7,000 islands. It's an archipelago.
Where are you, Philippines?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah, so like we have fish everywhere.
Yeah, I gotta make a trip out there. That's gotta be a nice place to
Oh yeah,
visit
dude.
or live in.
Come over. Place is rocking. It's just a
You guys are
perfect
big into
formula.
Toyotas over there too, right? For off-roading and all that.
Well, Asian cars are the smarter choice.
Of course.
But like yeah, the Asian cars are the smarter choice for most people. But if especially like I'm in Davao, so it's a very hilly area. You
Yeah.
want to be in your 4x4s and your SUVs.
Yeah, I got
If
an
you're in the
FJ and I
city,
ordered my monsoon snorkel.
oh nice.
For heavy rain. I'm in South Florida, so we do have a rainy season, and
Oh
I
yeah,
like
man.
explore. I like the way, and so I bought that. I got that from the Philippines.
Mhm.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Asparic acid. I'm gonna check that out. I'm gonna call my guy. Let's see if I can get that in.
I wonder if if that comes included in that animal pack that aspartic acid. The aspartic
Dude,
acid.
my guy, what he does is he has a contact in China, right? So what he does is he has his guy in China puts it in packs, daily packs, and it's not even branded, and just sends it over. So whatever I need for the day, I just like open that little paper pack. It's like a it's like parchment paper, and whatever's inside, I just chuck it down, drink a lot of water.
Like your own personal animal pack, kind of.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty fun. It's
I
pretty
All right,
like
for
making a smoothie.
whoever's asking about it, I put those 4 things in the off-topic chat. So you just go to off-topic chat. Those 4 things are in there. But yeah, also the Korean Panax ginseng and the fish oil, like omega-3 fish oil, they also help. And
Oh yeah.
salmon is wicked good. Like if you don't want to take if you don't want to take like a supplement for fish oil, take just eat a lot of salmon if you can. It's expensive, but if you can, it doesn't hurt. It definitely helps a lot.
Yeah, that's
And
one
what's the
area
use
I
of
don't.
taking vitamins if you can't digest it, right? So you're gonna need your
Yeah.
omega-3s. You're just gonna pee everything out.
Oh,
Waste
and
your space.
also do some research on those 4 things too, because
Yeah, of
like
course.
I mean, yeah, like not that there's side effects or anything, like they're all natural things. I'm just saying, knowing what they do and understanding that is
Of
helpful
course.
in understanding why you should
Yeah.
incorporate them.
Totally. That's
So
what you really gain is the knowledge, not just the benefit of or the effect.
yeah,
Yeah, absolutely.
so hopefully that's helpful.
Yeah, thanks a lot, brother. Appreciate that.
Yeah, no problem. I don't like the idea of doing things unnaturally or screwing up your body's like natural hormonal production, but there are some things that you can do to help your body produce the amount of testosterone you really need. There's other supplements too that can help block estrogen if you feel like you have too much estrogen, or if you feel like your testosterone estrogen is off balance. There's thing like DIM is a natural supplement, and it's actually just found in like cruciferous vegetables like broccoli and cauliflower, Brussels sprouts, and stuff like that. So DIM is another one too. But that doesn't help you produce more testosterone. That just helps regulate the amount of estrogen you're producing.
So you said DIF and DIM?
Just DIM is the supplement or like
You know,
I
one
think
thing
it's
I
like a
found.
herbal thing,
Yeah, one
herbal
thing
extract.
I really found that squatting really helps me produce a lot of testosterone.
Yep, I've heard
Yeah,
that as well.
any
My
leg
buddy
workout.
Trago
Oof, it's fire, bro.
has said that.
Squatting is just like oof.
Like body weight or with weights on it?
Oh, dude, just
No,
do
no,
do
no, no,
body.
with weights. Like as much as
Oh,
you
okay.
can. Yeah, as much as you can. Make it hard, Get down low and
Yeah.
wrap your knees if you have to or whatever, but you gotta get how it is when you work out, you kinda like leave your soul there, you just
Yes, sir.
destroy yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
My
what I
knees
love.
just don't,
Dude, training is my middle name, man. I love to train, dude.
That's
I
awesome,
just try
brother.
not to overdo
Congratulations,
it
bro.
because I don't want to injure myself. You know what I mean?
It's one of the
It's
major
one thing.
keys to longevity and health, man.
Yeah, it's one thing to work out in the gym and just to build muscle, but it's another to work out at the same time train on the mat. You gotta like be very careful because it sucks being injured, man. Sucks.
Oh, I get what you're saying. So sometimes, yeah, running the risk of injury because of your training on the mat, right? Is that what you mean?
Yeah. And then when you get hurt, like even if it's just a, you twist your ankle, oh man, and then you can't train for 2 weeks. That sucks.
I developed something in my elbow. I was lifting a lot, and then I had to lay off for a while, and it finally got better. But
Your elbow, it's not it might be. Do you still feel something in it? Because usually these areas, the elbow, the wrists, and your fingers, it's usually a pinched nerve, or your foot.
not
That's why
like it was. Man, it was
have
like
someone
on the
take a
bottom
look.
side, and
Yeah,
just
dude.
whenever I put strain on it, like when I had a weight in my hand and I'm doing a curl, then I could really feel it. But
Yeah, have
I
that look.
laid
It
off
might
for
be a pinched
a
nerve.
couple weeks,
Yeah,
but
pinched
now
nerves
I'm
are
good. Like I'm back at it. Now it's my knee, so I guess I.
to close this short or not to close.
But smoothies, I like making smoothies. You can add all kinds of good stuff in there, like turmeric and ginger and red pepper flakes, and put it all
Oh, nice.
together. And put a little
Oh,
orange
yeah, yeah.
juice and a
Guys,
little banana.
chilies is a great if you want to produce like good hormones and testosterone, dude, put some chilies in your food. Spice
Cayenne
is
pepper.
yeah, dude. That thing just like activates your body, tells your body, okay, we need to produce whatever we need to produce.
Oh yeah, I put cayenne pepper in my smoothie with honey and turmeric, black pepper, some fruits, whatever fruits you like. Blend it all up. Put a little hemp protein powder in there, and packed full of
So,
good nutrition.
fun fact: the lowest percentage of stomach cancer is Mexico City. You know what they have a lot of, right?
Yes, sir.
Spicy food.
Yeah, man.
You know how now they're saying that cancer is like a bacteria, so the spiciness of those jalapeno,
Yeah.
I guess it's destroying them.
So cockfighting is really a big thing here in my country, right? If you go to the farms where the chickens are raised, they put chili plants in between 5 to 10 of the little houses for each chicken. Because when a chicken gets sick, what it does is it eats chili to get better.
Wow, so it just knows to do that, huh?
Yeah, it knows how to do that. So if you go to every house in the Philippines, we have three things. We have a it's like the small lime. We call it the calamansi. It's like a small lime, a calamansi plant, chili plants, and like a bunch of different herb plants, always in our backyard. Every Filipino home. There's different herbs that we put in our food. But we always have chili plants. Gotta have that little spice, that little kick. What's bad about our food
Are they
though is that
small?
we eat a lot of
Are they
rice. We
long?
gotta stop that.
Those chilies, are they like little ones? Are they long or
Oh, the small ones, the spicy ones. We call it kinuto.
Yeah.
Smaller they are, the bigger the kick.
Are they green or red or?
Red and green, depending on what you want to use it for. Just for example, like me, I just like put the chili on my plate and just like I smash it up, mix it with my rice, and start eating. Put some meat on my plate, eat.
Yeah, I got a nice garden. I like poblanos and jalapenos and cayenne,
They're so easy to
cheese,
grow too.
pepper,
Yeah, they're so easy to grow.
bell
Just put
pepper.
in lots of sun.
Oh yeah, they need the sun, that's for sure. Good water.
That's how they get their color, man. It's a lot of good water source, and a lot of sun.
I started collecting rainwater to use on my plants, and it's so much better.
I grow as well. By any chance, is it something in like the lack of either EC or dissolved solids in the rainwater that makes it better?
Just like the chlorine, you don't have all the city. Or if you're, it depends on if you're on well or not. If you're on well water, it really doesn't matter. But if you're getting like city water, you don't want to use it on your garden because of the additives that they put in there.
Oh, right on. No, I understand that.
Mhm.
I was just asking you if you thought it
Ha-
was the rainwater was best because of the less dissolved solids in there.
Have you guys looked into like EM1 at all and like living soils?
Yeah, yeah. Most I know some dudes that have living soil boxes, like build a soil.
Yeah,
Like that
so
dude, Jeremy can build a
so
soil. I think.
I just have a starter, right? And you can train you could train EM1 to do a lot of things. But you're essentially like collect growing, evolving, and then collecting like microbiotics from the soil. Um, it's a so like you keep your bucket near your garden and um you release it, which you aspirate it, and you I can't remember what the other word for it is, where basically every time you open it, it's gonna release out into the air, and it's also gonna pull microbiotics back into it, and so it like kind of
Oh, you're
the
talking
most
about like
evolutionary survive.
right. Basically, that's how they found out how germs spread like through the air.
Mhm.
So you're looking to have some kind of beneficial bacteria transfer over, right?
Right, and so it's known to improve improve the strength of your roots. To you can do a lot of things with it. There are people that like train it to eat dog poop out of their yard quicker. Um, you can train it to be like pest resistant, right? And but it's just kind of like uh how you train your garden over time. And you could even like train it to help uh kind of eat away at some of the bad stuff in the water, for example. So it's just another way by which you could go about it. But I definitely like the idea of collecting rainwater, especially if you're not, if you're on city water. Yeah, for sure. That's like a fantastic application.
Yo, Biddy is pissing me off, man. It's just ranging. Take $5 up, $5 down,
Goes,
$5
you're
up.
really quiet again.
There you go. $5 up, $5 down.
Which one's that?
Bitcoin is just like it's horrible.
I was looking through my screener. Right now, it seems like Bonk, XLM, and AKT have been performing really well.
Hey, don't forget pump.
So I'm only mentioning ones in the top 200. So
Oh,
it's
okay.
not to say there's not more. I
For sure.
just for like risk mitigation purposes. Like I try to keep
You
to the
know,
top
I
200
know. I
personally.
was
But
just
yeah,
messing
yeah,
with
yeah.
you, bro. Go ahead.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I'm curious what it would show me if I take that off.
Which ones? XLM, Bonk, or
Um, it was XLM, Bonk, and AKT.
AKT? Akash. What's that?
Yeah, I think Akash token. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's
Checking it right now.
there's it's a much more extensive list.
No, dude. Your
If
list is
if
very
I
near
take off, yeah, if I take
I
off the
only
top
on spot.
200,
I only have big caps on spot. Like that's it. Like everything
yeah,
else I trade is just to increase the dry powder I have, so I can buy more spot. That's it.
yeah. If I
I
take
don't.
off, jeez, I don't even know what this alpaca token is. It's ranked 1153, but it's had a
I don't.
260%
Nah.
move over
That thing
That's
is
crazy.
yeah. That's a slot
Oh
machine for sure.
no.
Yeah. You just triggered EMAD. You just triggered EMAD, man. EMAD. It's been flying for 2 days, bro. It's doing like 80% a
Oh,
day.
man. I got a short.
Yeah, it sounds sketchy.
No.
Now, me and Emad,
Oh, we
we
got a
rode
history.
that. Yeah, we rode that. Every day we were doing like 400 or 500% of that thing.
Short.
Wait, for Akash looks good. I mean, that's a huge bull flag. It is getting
Yeah.
tighter. Anyways,
Yeah, it's kind of
yeah, let me
doing what
You're
everything
checking
else is
off.
doing, but it seems a little more resistant. Yeah.
Okay, all right. Here's your confirmation. I got some good news for you. So on the daily, you're over the 50 EMA. So you broke it already back in May, and then you're back up above it right now. So the next move, maybe in the next few days, which is perfect because tomorrow's Monday. Sorry, tomorrow's Monday my time. So the next daily candle would be a candle that would retest the 50 EMA. And what's good also is the 13 EMA is following right behind it. So you have some bullish momentum. What you're gonna hope for the next couple of days is for the next candles to actually have a successful retest. If it does that, this thing flies. Wait a minute. I'm gonna add this to my
What was Alpaca's ticker? I want to see if it's still open.
A P H A something. I don't care
And
about coin.
yeah, definitely not
I'm gonna add
financial advice.
AKT to my list again, man. This is
Just
thanks for about this coin.
No, I
yeah, I
just want to see.
if anybody has this basically I've just put up on my trading view. I have a split screen with the crypto coin screener. I think don't know if they've made it so you have to pay for it now to do this. But I've got crypto coin screener, news flow, and yield curves all up on screen now on one of my panels.
It's gone. They removed it.
AKT.
Oh yeah,
What's
they
the other,
removed
what's
it
the other one,
for
brother?
non-paid.
They removed it.
Okay, I'm gonna add this to my list. Like this.
You know what? Maybe I'll
It's
maybe
removed.
I'll stream it on maybe I'll stream it to the Discord.
No, no more. Let's not talk about it. We can't do that. We're done. That was between us.
Don't want to keep it for yourself, huh?
Mm-hmm.
I know.
We're not allowed to talk about coins like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, fair enough. Well, I'll keep it to the
Wait.
top 200 and put it on.
Wait, what were you asking it? AKT? What else do you have?
It was AKT, XLM, and Bonk are all.
Oh, XLM is a no-brainer. That's a go.
Yeah. Although it did XLM, I think was at like 10%. It came down a bit soon. But
That's fine.
yeah,
That's fine.
ranked 12 right now.
The move.
Good job,
Yeah, the
XLM.
move it did. Dude, XLM's. The only problem is it always has to wait for XRP to make its move. But when XRP makes its move, XLM just like it flies. And then Bonk's a no-brainer as long as you get if you can get Bonk below 0.02, then you're good. Have you been accumulating bonk before this move up?
Yeah, yeah.
Then you're okay. Then you're good. Remember what it's like what Zusi said a while ago. This is the time for you to start taking profit from your Bitcoin, not from your altcoins. So a lot of the whales and the bigger wallets, what they're doing right now is we're entering what we call a distribution phase. So we're at an all-time high. So people are selling their Bitcoin and looking to DCA on their alts. This is not the time to sell your alts. This is the time to look for DCA levels for your alts on the way up. Yeah, those are good picks. Yeah, yeah. I'll be honest. I've actually um I don't have big bags of meme coins anymore. I mean, like I've streamlined everything and just focused on having as much of my big cap tokens as possible. That's it. Just BTC, ETH, Sol, Sui, and then some random small bags that I'm just like, so I can have it in my wallet as a reminder. Take a look at these tokens once in a while, but like just big caps only.
Yeah, MMT is kind of looking similar. It's got a candle that went through to the MNT candle through the 50 on the MNT
As in
USD.
Mama Nancy Tango.
I wouldn't use those, but yeah, sure.
Nancy Tango. So
That's the way to do it.
That's an AI project, right? I haven't heard of that coin in a while.
So it's ranked 42 right now, up 6.5.
Yo, look at that daily wave.
And it's on 50. It's on the 50. It's got a candle through the 50 right now on the daily. Everything's kind of curling up.
All the way to the top. Yo. This next move is 150%, bro. This looks yum. Hasn't retested the 50 EMA on the daily, so I think this entire move that we did in the past couple days, with Bitcoin finding its all-time high, is bringing the alts above the 50-day EMA. That's a good news. So a lot of the altcoins that have good support and good volume, they're most probably above the 50 EMA right now.
Yeah, Mog's way above.
Doge is already at the 200.
That's I told him like his was bonk. Yeah, Doge is a no-brainer. If you've been trading, if you know how to trade bonk, like which I don't, like bonk rewards its loyal servants. Sorry, Doge. Sorry. Yeah, I need to go to bed.
Yeah, I like those, but I've had less success with those than with other tokens. So, I'll trade in it sometimes, especially when I see something good happening, and I get out quick. Personally, like that's been kind of my way of doing risk mitigation on that.
I see.
Yeah, Mog's been going crazy. Mog and was it Mog and XLM kind of look pretty similar.
Yeah, true.
Well, I'm hoping if we do get like that 3-day retracement, we'll have some good buy levels at that point, you know. Could lead to some good distribution.
Yeah. Definitely like a few of these I'm gonna kind of keep an eye on through the 3-day. But that'll be the test, right? To as we go down, how much does it react? How strong is it? How much mind share is it getting to? Yeah.
Yeah, that's really important. Right now, it's about mind share. Mind share is volume. Volume means price action. So So right now, utility shouldn't be the focus, but focus should be like our alts are actually achieving what they should be achieving technically, on the chart in terms of their MCAP, the community.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, for that bit, like
Utility comes
Bonk and
last.
XLM,
Utility comes last. I don't care what those coins do, as long as like they move.
yeah, Bonk and XLM have had a lot of volume last couple
Yeah,
days.
crazy week. Crazy
Yeah.
week for Bonk. Might be a great short.
Yeah, because it's been 30% change in volume and 10% change in price, right? So
Just kind of curving. It's kind of curling towards correction. But yeah, we're still in a Bitcoin season, so it's still safe to short stuff. As long as Bitcoin wants to go down, everything goes down.
Well, I had some money on crypto.com that I forgot about in the wallet, and I tried to send it over to my wallet on the trading exchange for futures, and I sent it through a different network. I guess my finger slipped or something like that. Cut to now, I've finally been able to get a hold of somebody, and they told me that the funds should be returned by September 11th. So hopefully, yeah, I'll be able to use them by then.
Crypto.com?
Yes, sir. I sent them to from another, or I sent them to my trading exchange, like my trading wallet. And yeah, like I was I was waiting for it. I didn't receive it, and then crypto.com said it sent it. So I asked them, and they said, "Well, you're gonna have to talk to where you sent it," which was Mexi. And yeah, like they had me fill out all this stuff. I had to like straight up pay a fee for it. Uh, and they're like, "Okay, great." I had to take a picture of everything to verify everything, and they messaged me, and yeah, sure enough, the funds expect to be returned by 2025 9/11.
Was it going from one wallet to another?
Yep.
Did you do a test run before you?
The
You know how you
thing
send
is,
$1 or whatever?
I know I usually have no problem. I usually have no problem sending it, but I guess my finger had slipped, and I had chosen Kronos Network. I had ERC20 like right there. I don't know why I didn't
Right.
just use the Solana one, but they have Solana off to the side. They have ERC20 and they have they have Kronos, and then you have to slide it sideways to see the other ones. So I guess I was trying to slide it, but I couldn't slide it. So I said, screw it, I'll just go with ERC20. But I guess when I was sliding it, I hit up Kronos, and then it totally took that. Like usually in the in the wallet address, if you put the wrong one in for the wrong token or the wrong network, it'll tell you sometimes. But no, this one was straight up like, yeah, absolutely, and it was fast too. That's why I was tripping out. But yeah, sure enough, I saw it. It said Kronos. I'm like, damn. But I guess I can look at it this way. At least they'll be holding it for me so I don't spend it.
You might be lucky and it'll just moon right after you get a hold of it.
When were we look after this all this like hot price action cools off?
October.
When were we looking? October? Oh, okay. September. Oh, perfect. Nice. And that'll be plenty of time to get ground floor. Or maybe not ground floor, but you know what I mean. Like see what's popping at the very least. Yeah, because I was wanting to put that one in alts. Like whenever we retrace from here, I was looking at a bunch of stuff, and like I don't know why Hedera is not more. I bought
I believe
Hedera.
it's just not its turn yet. It's coming.
It's not sexy enough. Which other alts are used for smart contracts? I'm not really familiar with both, so I mostly just focus on Bitcoin. Would somebody be able to answer me a question about smart contracts? Just have a quick question.
Hey, but I'm just getting back. I think the people best suited to answer that question will be back shortly. So I don't want to give you like a half-ass answer. You know what I mean? I don't want to do a bad job.
No, it's a real it's actually a real basic answer that I was just looking for. Basically with the smart contracts, they're using the tokens to be able to self-execute the smart contracts, right? Automated transaction. So do you just accumulate the token and it's, I don't know, like how does that work? Like I have a bunch of tokens. Do I send it somewhere? And since that's tied to my specific wallet, that's automatically like a signature?
Your wallet is your wallet. You send your tokens to that wallet. Each token has its own wallet. You can create multiple wallets for the same token.
Oh, no. What I was talking about when you send it to execute the smart contracts.
Yeah, I'm not too sure
Yeah,
with
I'm
that
not
stuff
good
I'm
with that one,
seeing
brother.
for myself.
Like I get what they can be used for, and that's totally legit. I just want to know, like, well, how does smart contract go from token to like self-executing like an automate? I understand you don't have to have an intermediary, so that's what they're taking out. But then if that's the case, we're just on the honor system with our signature being on our wallet. Is that I'll ask later, or if somebody can answer that later, if anybody's listening. I'd really
I
appreciate
think
it.
I
It
kind of
sounds
get
extremely.
what you're trying to ask. But a smart contract is any little interaction that you're making on blockchain. Like you go on a DEX and you swap your Ethereum for USDC, you're interacting with a smart contract.
Okay, I was just wondering how that
And
transfers over into like music and stuff like that. Like, I guess you just buy it with it, and that's a smart contract. So every transaction's a smart contract, I guess.
Yeah, it can be applied to anything, and essentially whatever the purpose is, whether it's a payment structure or whatever it may be, it's automated that once the wallet signs the transaction, say Ethereum goes to the artist that releases the music or whatever it is, depending on what kind of platform you're trying to create.
That's pretty interesting. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna go on a deep dive after my chick leaves on that because that seems crazy. Like that'd be cool to study to find out who's doing what. It just, oh man, it just blew my mind open right now. It's like a mushroom cloud of ideas. Appreciate it, man.
Yeah, no problem, man. Yeah, there's definitely a lot you can do with them.
Oh yeah, AKT is going right before me. Yep, hit my target. Like it's getting ready to cool off now. See.
your mic, YJ.
Oh, all right.
Nice.
I don't know how my exchange did not register that, but my stop loss was definitely below that wick, and it did do not.
Damn. I just barely saw.
I mean, it could definitely go back down. I'm just saying. I mean, I'm just playing around today with light liquidity for fun. That was quick though. Volatility picking up, I guess.
What's the good word? We got any updates? Trying to hold that psychological low. Come on, man. What's it gonna take?
I think they're still calculating, huh?
When does the psychological low and high finish calculating? I forgot what time that ended.
I don't know. That's a very common question. I think it's by the end of Saturday. Like midnight Saturday. I'm not sure though. I really don't know for sure.
I think it's 2 a.m. Eastern Saturday.
Yeah, you can turn on your
Or
previous
Sunday morning, I guess.
check, but to be honest, I don't remember either.
I
It
think
doesn't
it's
seem like they wanted it to drop. I think they want to stay near CME.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. I mean, that big wick on that last candle was promising, but no, there's also some sells coming in, so it's hard to say. I'm just gonna have to leave my stop loss where it is for now, but it looks like it might want to hold. I'm hoping we get above CME. I was hoping we would get above it by the daily candle close, but apparently not. That would have been ideal. There's still some hope. I think it's just they're trying to make it look bad so that the bears jump in, so that there's more gas to go push it higher.
Yeah, I mean, like, there's at least in the 15-minute, there's definitely like a bunch of licks built up right above. We're also just underneath like a fractal pivot point, so I mean, I feel like this is kind of like a shake off, building up
Yeah, I
some extra liquidity. Yeah.
don't know if y'all noticed too, but like it's like every single drop is like so quick when it drops. It almost seems
Yeah.
like it's like a bait on a hook for a short because it's like so quick. And I'm just trying to use this logic to justify his TA. But like
Yeah, I mean, I think you're right. Like, it feels like when it does this, and like we're seeing like a little bit of there's like a little bit of momentum shifting right now. So I mean,
Well, the
it's
other thing
it's
that
definitely
happens.
advantageous for them. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, I was just gonna say the other thing that happens is if people put their stop loss really close, then they'll do like these little stop hunts. Like if they're trying to go for the top of the range, they'll do a stop hunt. They'll try to make it look bad for a minute so people FOMO in on shorts and puts the short liquidations closer up above. So there's more
Right.
gas to push it up, but then also the people that try to go long, they'll stop them out because those people put their stop losses really close. So they kind of kill two birds with one stone. They stop everybody out, and then all that volume just perks it back up. Like it sort of pushes it
Right.
back up because all that stopping. That's where the term stopping volume comes from.
Right, and
But
that's the thing, right? Like they have all this little bit of extra liquidity on the way. It just makes it easier for them. I feel like. I
yeah,
mean, if you look on a few different time frames, though, too, like look at the wicks and where they're at, and it's like, yeah, on shorter time frames, they're wrecking people, but on some of the larger time frames, I mean, there's like a lot of liquidity just sitting waiting, and they're probably letting that build up too. You know.
yeah, I definitely feel like the ultimate move is back up to the top of the range. They're just not making it easy.
Yeah, I don't know. I like that red stopping volume candle at the bottom of the bull flag. Like it's so just funny because I wonder how many traders like if I could get like a number of how many traders let go of their position below the bull flag right there. That would be interesting to know.
But like, especially if it's a big stopping volume candle and there's just it's like it ends up leaving a big wick, but it don't look like it's going to. Because that's the other part, right? Is it's like at what point in the countdown are we? Like it's always important to remember because it's like it's really easy to be like, oh man, they're coming for this, that, or the other, but like, yeah, it doesn't take long for a thick drop to turn into a stopping volume candle.
What's cool about those is that the market maker basically eats everyone else's position. So if there's longs and they go like to stop them out, they take on a long. The market maker takes on a long position in a lot of cases when there's not enough other traders to take the position that you got stopped out of, or everyone that got stopped out, that position needs to go to somebody else. If there's not that many people that are trying to enter right there, to enter along right there, then they will. The market maker has to take on all those extra positions. Then that's why the candle turns into a vector candle, but it just ends up being quick because they take everyone out, and then it causes buy pressure that sends it back up. Whales do that with on spot too. They try to
Yeah,
take
so you
people
get the
out, and then they buy everyone's stop loss because that's the only way that they can get enough coins to actually buy the volume that they need is to force people to sell.
Yeah, I mean, that's how you get those crazy like V-shaped recoveries, right?
Yeah, in a sense, because once somebody is stopped out of the position and then they see that it's reversed almost immediately, they'll then try to jump back in. Like when there's a long wick on the bottom, people jump back in and buy. They market buy, um, but they have to buy a little bit higher up, and the people that take longer to decide to buy back in, they have to buy higher than the previous guy.
Yeah, but and by the third time, most of them were just like, I quit. I ain't even jumping back in because I got stopped out 4 or 5 times.
Yeah, if it happens enough, it's sometimes enough to dissuade people, but
Yeah, I mean, while that 3 hits to the high, peak formation, and then 3 hits to the low. W is like such a psychology thing, because like after the 3rd hit, most people are just like, "Dude, I'm done." If they're going in, the opposite direction 3 times, like even Cypher just said earlier, he's like, by the 4th time, I'm normally like on edge, but for most people, it probably is like 3. He just knows that for most people it's 3, so he's willing to go that 4th time to make up for all those 3 when everyone else gives up.
yeah, it's not a bad plan.
Yeah, definitely not, especially that we know that the market maker, typically at least, likes to work in 3.
No. Anyway, I gotta go again, but hopefully we can get this thing back up to CME close at least while I'm gone. Maybe Asia will pull some crazy shit overnight. Not too much madness has happened today, so they might try to make a move of their own.
Nice. Well, be well, bro.
Nice, man. You too. I'll be back later on tonight.
Cool.
It's almost like if you didn't have the liquidation, so you could see the short building just by the constant taps to the 200 EMA, knowing that like most traders are probably looking at that, and or most breakout traders. I say all traders, but breakout traders are probably the ones right there.
I'm definitely looking at the liquidations or liquidity is building up. I mean, I can put one in and I can see me. You know what I mean? I can find myself. So that's kind of like my oh, okay. Line right there, but yeah, it's interesting watching just liquidity getting swept either one way or the other. But you can see it after it comes up, because I'd always see like the candle jump up and then retrace back down. A lot of time it's just eating everybody that was right behind it that tried to be cool and do like 100x, just goes back and eats them.
So that's been like, I think I just counted, it was like 8 or 9 times it's tapped the 200 EMA. Let's see, all the way since it dropped. That's, I mean, if you count that as 1, 2, then there's the M, 3, 4. Then there's the bull flag, 5, 6, 7. Then there's 8, 9, 10. This is like the 11th tap or try at the 200 EMA.
Yeah, you know what they say, 11 times the charm.
Didn't even know that was a saying, but let's see.
It is now. And if that doesn't work, then 12 times the charm. Right through it, you bastard.
Okay, the longer the accumulation, the better, right?
Yeah, I mean, to a certain point, it has to make a move. At least these candles have some volume in them. That's good. The ones earlier in the day didn't have jack.
And we started those stream and like the I say started the stream, but earlier in the stream, all those liquidations were all above the box.
That's right. This morning at around 6 o'clock? 5:30, somewhere around there. Like I thought it was gonna break through. I honestly thought it was gonna break through and take the top and just slam down through the weekend.
Yeah, and he was like, there's this one guy in here and there's gonna be more people to join him. I had no idea this many people would join him. There was like one guy in the box, and now I can't even count that many lines because they're so stacked. So blue's 150% tick volume. Guess things could either be slowing down or picking up, one or the other.
There we go. Come on. Push. Well, at least it's technically higher.
I wonder how many years Dbloc's been using this trader reality's main indicator. It's like pretty cool. You never see anyone normally besides like the guy who created it using it on YouTube or really anywhere. But it's so useful with the tick volume. I'm gonna have to ask him when he comes back. Bonk almost looks like a tattoo pattern. So that last candle, like, is that would y'all call that a hammer or a stopping volume candle, or would it like classify as either?
The dark blue one?
No, the one after the dark blue one, the one that's a long wick and it's, you know, a little mini. I feel like that could be called a hammer or a stopping volume, or I don't know if you would only call
Hammer
it.
top? Hammer top?
Yeah.
Bullish hammer top or bullish hammer?
Yeah. I wonder if that'd be classified as a stopping volume as well. I guess it's not stopping volume technically.
It's more an indicator for either continuation of bearish, continuation of bullish, or bearish if it's a bearish candle, or bearish hammer candle. That's the way I usually go by it. But yeah, it wouldn't be considered stopping volume until it totally gets filled.
Yeah. Well, I guess
Yeah.
it stopped volume at the 50% markish and then went up. That's why I kind of asked the questions, like, because somewhat to an extent, it like stopped volume from going back down to continue back up, at least for this next candle that is up, because that happened in history.
Dropping volume is usually reversal in direction.
Say that again. I didn't hear.
Stopping volume candle usually happens when the direction is being reversed, like it's going opposite the trend. So if you're going up, you get a big wick up, and then the trend would switch to down.
Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. For some reason, like when I think of stopping volume, I only think of like a small little volume and then a wick above and a wick below, like a doji. For some reason, that's like I guess that's the most common one I see. Nice though at CME close. I wonder if the psychological ranges are done yet. No, they're still calculating. So in theory, if everyone had a mental stop loss and they didn't put a stop loss, wouldn't that like actually make it much harder for the market makers to like know where easy liquidity is to grab?
They're not looking at you.
Oh, they definitely ain't looking at me, but I'm like talking about for like the big boys, you know? If every big boy didn't have a stop loss, but they definitely ain't looking at me, that's for sure.
They ain't looking at me either, so don't feel any type of way about that. They ain't looking at any little fish. I promise you that.
Yeah, no, I don't feel any type of way. But like just in theory, like if all the big boys didn't have a stop loss, and I
They
guess I could
don't,
make
man.
it worse too, they could have bigger flushes.
They probably don't have stop losses, man. Many of them.
They still have liquidation levels, and that's what you're seeing on the chart.
It's all about the liquidity, my friend.
Yeah, I guess that's what I was thinking is like if no one had stop losses, then they couldn't see the liquidity as easy, but then they would just see the liquidation points and they would probably just make bigger flushes up and down to grab it.
That's what they
If
do.
that was the case.
Yeah, that's the game. They will always target the leverage players every time, man. It's just the way it works.
Yeah, I mean if you're lending money like that, you're gonna want it back, right?
Hmm? I feel for anybody that has like the majority of their stack on leverage. I feel for you big time, man. It's gonna be a big challenge, man. Don't put all your money on leverage, man. Don't do it. Do yourself a favor. Do not do that. Ever. Have a safety net. Something. Don't try to be crypto face. You're not crypto face. Don't do it, man. Just don't do it.
Yo, huge shout out to my boy XLM, dog. My man's out here just leading the pack. Leading the pack. You know? I mean, hey, we do this. We do this. Sheesh. Bitcoin saw what XLM was doing. Bitcoin was like, "Ooh, I gotta catch up. I gotta catch up." Show cuz. Show cuz.
Big buys, big buys. Let's go. And dominance is dropping. Oh my god.
Bruh. Dominance is dropping because everybody's like, "Oh, snap, man. XLM is him.com." She I mean, it really actually is like the top gainer over the past 24 hours, the past 7 days, the past hour, at least in the top 40. Gang, XLM. I've been on this XLM train for like 5 years, and I never like really bring it up too much, but it's doing me so well. So be happy for me.
I'm happy for you, bro. GG's.
Hey, thanks, man. Thanks.
Yeah, bro. When I was looking at the screen earlier, for I believe it was 30% volume changed in 24 hours, and performance above 5% and change percent above, what was it? Change percent above 10% in 24 hours. It was the lone soldier from the top 200.
Yeah,
Gang, gang. That's what we
yeah,
do,
buddy.
cuz. That's what we do,
Hey,
cuz.
buddy. Props for props, right? Props were earned.
Oh man, it's been such a long ride. Honestly, it's like I mean, it's like that told you so moment. I mean, obviously, it goes up, it goes down. So it ain't nothing more than that. But it's just like, dang it, bro! Finally, finally. And it just looks so good. There's so much good news about it. Like it's it's like all the things that I felt like over the years would take place are starting to like take place. And I mean, I think we'll retrace some, but like if we don't retrace, I'm just saying hypothetically, then Lord willing, we kind of don't retrace based off my position. And I don't know, it'll just be like, okay, it was worth it kind of thing.
Yeah, right now, currently, in the top 50, and in the last 24 hours to have a 5% or above change, and performance year to date 5% or above, XLM is the only one. So,
Bruh,
yep.
it's the dude, it's like, to me, it's just they were like the first of the like utility kinda in terms of moving money cheaply. Um and I mean, PayPal, the PayPal news came out, and then they were already working with MoneyGram to where people can actually just like pull money out in a store. I mean, the difference between a gallon of gas paying cash and paying credit, let's just say it's 20 cents. And I know that with multiple coins you can transfer money for like less than 20 cents. But the thing is that if the difference between cash and credit on 1 gallon of gas is 20 cents, once the platform gets implemented just in gas stations, just into gas pumps alone, um, and you start to take all that transactional volume away from these credit card companies and things like that, and everything actually becomes cheaper to the end user, not just in terms of uh electricity and things like that. I mean, to me, it's just inevitable. I mean, the amount of fee, like the amount that we pay out for that 3% like surcharge every time we use our credit card. And I mean, the prices whenever you go to like the grocery store have already built in the credit card charge, regardless of whether you're paying for cash or not. It's like whenever we see um I know it's big picture, just crypto in general kind of thing, but whenever we finally start to see this platform be the go-to, which it just is in terms of like real world, not like crypto real world, like it'll actually like impact lives for people that don't know anything and won't ever know anything about crypto, because it'll impact their pocketbook. I don't know, man. Oh, I'm just thrilled. I'm just freaking. It's like I can go to bed finally.
My brain hurts.
Yeah, sorry. My back hurts, my neck hurts. You know what I mean? My hips and my knees.
Because you've been holding up XLM for so long.
I've been holding it up so long, dog, dude, bro. It's like, ugh, spent money on nothing for months over years.
Well, hey man, I'm happy for you.
Appreciate it, brother.
Yeah, yeah.
And it just looks so healthy too. It looks so healthy and good news. And in the market itself, it's like that's what really makes me feel this way. It's not like we're just pumping. It's like that there's like a different sentiment behind this specific coin. And that's why we're seeing it at the top of the charts in terms of the top 50 or top 100 and things like that in terms of various metrics. It's funny too because after the election, whenever Trump, like I guess, won the vote or whatever, and crypto started really jumping off. It's funny because the last coin to basically start to push, or like the coin that just stayed flat for like 3 days after everything was pumping, was XLM, and then to see it now be kind of like the leader on the front end instead of the leader on the back end is kind of unique too. XLM still doing that thing, boy. Shit.
Yeah, I got in on this one. This little pump. I probably won't make a lot, but
Yo, bro, I don't know what you talking about. Little pump, cuz. Ain't no little
hey,
pump up here. We going straight
I
up,
mean, I
cuz.
mean,
Going
I mean,
straight
the
up.
candle, this candle, this candle.
Nah, dude,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
I
Now,
got
but yeah, I mean, I had a short from like that last top, just like a little short. You know what I'm saying? Nothing crazy.
Uh-huh.
Just
No, I got
TP
you.
down to like halfway through.
It's only at like 40 cents on leverage. Or well, I mean it's less than that, but I got a measured move here 46.5 basically, and then I got another measured move at 74, which would put it at an all-time high. I do think it'll retrace, but I really wouldn't be surprised if it didn't either. Cause it's one of those coins that's just been around for so long. Like Rick was saying how he had
Yeah.
been in yesterday I think he was saying he'd been in crypto for like 8 years or whatever, and just I was like, okay, let me go and look, or 2018, and I went and looked, and it's like, dang, you could basically buy XLM for the price that you could buy it for in 2018.
Yeah, I got I'm actually not far off with where my measurements are. I was at about like 46.2, and then yeah, I haven't like done the macro move yet, or macro.
Yeah.
That sounds about right.
Good morning.
Morning.
I traded XLM
Morning.
a couple of years ago.
You're
XLM.
very quiet.
Good morning. Is
Morning.
it better? Do you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Once XLM gives you the God candles, you will blow your mind, believe me. XLM is one of the nicest meme coins to trade.
Well,
I
it's
trade,
definitely not a meme. It's a utility.
you
If
know
we're
what
talking about the same coin.
you know what I mean.
Oh, okay. Okay. I just wanted to make sure we were on this. I don't trade meme coins. No, yeah. I mean, we got the 50 wanting to push through the 200 here on the daily.
I'm sorry, I'm 1 minute awake. The alts. So XLM
No,
is
you're good. You're good, bro. You're good. I just wanted to make sure nobody thought that it was a meme.
yeah, sorry
But
boys.
I know what you mean. I know what you mean, bro.
For me, I'm just 1 minute awake. I see the chart. I'm also in two longs. I'm a high leverage trader. But I mean, XLM can give a lot of performance, man. A nice performance, correct performance. I traded it 2 years ago and it was one of the best times of my life, honestly.
Yeah. Yeah. XLM. It was. I was starting to question everything whenever we went all the way back down to 20 cents, to be honest with you. But I'm glad that it has pulled through and is doing what it's doing. I'd love
Yeah.
to see though the 50 cross through the 200 here on the daily and see the just basically see us double the price. I'd love to see that. Oh man, I'd love to see that.
Me too. Ah. I'm gonna set some coffee. Is my mic quiet?
I think you were just not talking like you're that time like it wasn't that quiet, but uh
I have to say honestly, yesterday I had the same question and I didn't do anything in the inputs or outputs. So it's very strange. Or it's the MacBook that's not that good with Discord.
Yeah,
I think
you're
as long
coming.
I think as long as you
You're,
speak up, you're good.
you're coming through quiet for me, but if you're not quiet for him, it could just be on my end. You know what I mean?
Well, I think you're quiet, but like whenever you're just kind of talking, but like whenever you speak up, I think that it's easy to hear, at least on my end.
Perfect.
Second that.
Domin is dropping quite nicely. Looks like we're going to have a nice drop on dominance further. Dominance.
I'm curious, dude. Like I'm on the 15-minute for XLM. I'm betting that this candle right, this red candle right now. What I think is that we're creating like that little. We're creating the wick right now. And we're gonna see the bull come in, but I guess we'll have to wait and see.
Imagine that we blow through the MA 100 and fly to the MA 200 on the 15.
I'm kind of skeptical here because like there's all these measured moves in this area that are like take profit, sell, buy back lower. But on the macro, it's just we should push above where we're at. So it's kind of like the fact that we're at the level we are with the measured moves that I see at least. It makes me feel like we're going to keep pushing up because of the people are going to get out of position and the macro, well, at least part of the macro, I think will play out here and push us up to at least close to 47. But I mean, you know how it goes. You really never know. Nothing would surprise me, honestly.
Yeah, just make your stop loss tied up and ride it out. Or move it up, you know.
Oh yeah. No, I'm good. I mean, well, this is always XLM's always been my like long-term conviction play, so I'm not even, I mean, as far as my leverage position, I don't know. I mean, I'm in such a good spot with it that I'll probably just grid buy it down. I don't know. I'm never in this type of position. It's a weird position. It's a good position. It's just yeah, it's just a weird position for me to be in. I've just been selling the tops. I mean, it keeps making higher highs. So I've just been selling the tops and then buying back at like the 50 of whatever the last move was. But I had a lot in it at the bottom, so it hasn't really moved my buy up too much. Well, at least in a couple accounts. Plus where Bitcoin's at on that W, and then if that CME close does hold as a bottom, then I mean, Lord willing, it would just be up from here. I mean, and until obviously Bitcoin makes the measured move or Bitcoin starts to retrace